Chino, how's it going? Okay. Do this. I don't know if I have any water lilies. I guess I can do monument pieces too. For combat, for this one, guard. It's pretty nice. I haven't spent too much time on here, so I have low numbers, but that's just how it is. Scout? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that's the highest level one that I have, just because I mindlessly grinded it for some amount of time. This what I want? No. I want these. No. No. I kind of just got the quest done for like the storage portal. From there, I don't really know. I haven't really made any plans, I guess. Oh, this is the next zone over. Rush last episode. I haven't bought the premium pass, so that's like I could, but I just haven't felt the need to, I guess. It's really good. Why is it really good? Makes lots of money. Oh, I see. Yeah, I haven't been using too much money. I kind of I'm just trying to like get my own stuff, I guess. I did buy a bunch of things in the beginning, but I have like, I don't know. I had over gold earlier. Although I was watching someone do like that like investigation one. That seems pretty cool. On tools. Yeah, I haven't really encountered that yet. Don't even know what that's about. Just give more XP. Do you have to reach a certain level to get those? Because I do have some, like... You don't mean this equipment stuff, right? Until you have unlocked, you can enchant. Do you mean these things? Do you have to reach? Do you have to reach a certain level? Like I think. What was it? This one. Like you just get this number to go up. I don't know what this red thing means though. Red is the enchant. Oh, okay. So how do you go about doing that? I have no idea. I just got on here and started clicking on things. I didn't do any research. Seemed like more tolerable RuneScape. So I played some amount of RuneScape, but kind of like whatever. Iron Man, nice. Yeah, I kind of like considered doing hardcore Iron Man at one point, but it was kind of like between whether or not I'd bother playing this game or play hardcore Iron Man. I feel like I only have space in my life for one of those things. Better route. I'm just like collecting these lilies because that's what I needed for alchemy, I guess. This is a better thing for lilies. That's like my lowest number. I was kind of like in the frame of mind that I would like try to put these all to 25 and then put them all to 50 and then so on. Hey, you. What? What did you get into? What you're licking? I think I can forge something better than this. Alright, I was going to do monument pieces too. You'll do one more of these and then do monument pieces. Level 1 potion until 20? You mean like the brown kelp one? $25K burb. Excuse me. Yeah, I have no idea how much XP per hour anything is. I am totally clueless in that matter. On the wiki, it has like XP per hour on the wiki. I only ever looked on there when I had no idea what I was doing, like in terms of like what am I supposed to do with this item sort of thing. What are you doing, you goober? Can we move your camera down here out of the way? Whoop. You look like you just get out of bed, cat. But I know you've been zooming. You've been zooming around the place.
You don't let that.
I suppose everything's going to change when they put player trading in, eh? It'll be a different world. What are you doing? I guess it depends on how they're gonna do it. Nice of you to join us, Dr. Jones. I might buy that Indiana Jones game, Bee's Knees. I'm really thinking about it. It's just so expensive, though. It's like it's like the same price as a bottle of scotch. There's no way. There's no way, right? There's no way that's correct. Wait till it's 50% off in 6 months. That's the right thing to do, right? Actually looked pretty cool. Yeah, it seemed like it wasn't shit. And it's like, it's one of those games where you kind of expect somewhat for it to be completely shit. It's like, big box, IP, cash grab, sort of thing. And from what I've looked at, it seems like it's actually not shit. Which is a wild concept to me. Although it does seem like the faces have a little bit of that like motion capture technology that's still not quite there yet, if you know what I mean, where like it still comes off a little creepy because it's not quite humanoid yet, but you can tell it's motion capture. It's this idiot. Can't see what's going on. Too high level, evidently. 52. Click on these rocks instead. Dr. Johns? Adriana, you're directly in front of the monitor that I'm trying to use. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I can have an opinion. Whatever I say, it's going to be wrong in my wife's eyes. Isn't there like a really new one? Yeah, Dial of Destiny. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen Dial of Destiny. And we'll say that. Yeah, that's what I was basically about to say. Is it's one of those things where I think the Crystal Skull, that movie doesn't exist, right? That's not a real movie. What other series is like that? There's another series like that where mom's like, oh yeah, that movie doesn't. Oh, one of them actually that's in my opinion is The Godfather Part 3. That movie doesn't exist. That's not a real movie. I'm trying to think of the other one though. There's another one. That's like classic films, but one of them just doesn't exist. I can't remember. Adriana, I cannot see a god dang thing. Cat. We were at Disney. We saw that like live action, like Indiana Jones thing, and I was like so surprised because it's like almost the exact same like performance as they did when I was there when I was 7. It's like it hasn't even changed. I cannot fight this thing. It's not broken, don't fix it. Yeah, if only they applied that logic to most things. It's not like see their problem is doesn't make enough money. What's broken about it doesn't make enough money. That's always what's broken about it. Doesn't make enough money, broken. Needs fixed. I say break everything. You would. You would, Creeks. I don't know how many rocks it is for this part of the monument, but I kind of like this monument thing. It's kind of cool. Run! Wish I could like tell the game to down level these mobs to the last level. I don't know if there's a way to do that easily, but I know if you click on it, you can tell it to give you a lower level version, but I don't know about now. I guess we can always just run away. So I gotta go down here to turn these in somewhere. What do you think, Krieg? Should we play Indiana Jones? Yay or nay? You think it's worth a whole bottle of scotch, Cricks? 312. Holy frig. Never played it. Oh, it's brand new. I know you frequent this website all the time, so I figured you might have seen a thing or two about it.
But I was going to tell I got a to save.
What's going on?
And follow invite users.
You have that look on your face like you have no idea what's going on. So that's why I asked.
I don't know. He did this.
Did what?
Well, he set up a Steam family. And he
Right.
invited me. Fine. I can see the thing. He doesn't seem to have a family tab, even though he made the fucking family.
What do you mean family?
So the way we share our stuff changed. You have family now. The way we have our library shared is going away this month.
Oh.
And he keeps getting notifications that he needs to have the family set up.
Well, maybe just wait for me and I'll figure it out. Instead of you being like very confused about it.
I'm not stupid.
I'm not saying you're stupid, but you got that look on your face like your brain's gonna explode at any moment, and I'd rather avoid that. I haven't watched any streams on it. Didn't even know there was new Indiana Jones games out. Yeah, it just came out.
There. Well, how did you set up Steam Family but don't have? There you go.
It's a Bethesda published game, but it's not a Bethesda game. Like it's made by a different studio. Hold on.
Go see if you can get on.
Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. It's fucking really not cheap. It's really not cheap. No, I'm going the wrong way. The reviews so far are very positive. You know, that's not bad, I guess. Yeah, I think it's just AAA. I don't know if it's quadruple A. Obviously, well, the sad part is there's a premium edition here, but I don't really know if that like extra DLC content is like worth that amount of money. Probably not, right? When you do the math for inflation, realistically, games should probably be $100 right now for a AAA game. So I'm kind of like okay with it. It's just that like, they like keep it cheaper because so many more people actually buy games than they used to. So they like can expect it because it costs nothing to duplicate the software, right? So the more people buy the game, the more money they make per title, right? So they can afford to charge less because they can expect to make more because they have a larger reach. Only 18 hours of gameplay. Yeah. I kind of looked up the gameplay hours and I seen it was 18 to 20. So it's like a week's worth of streams basically. Maybe a week and a half.
Are you wearing socks?
Yeah, I could get one good bottle of scotch instead. Well, not even like a really good one. I could get a bottle of Ardbeg 10 instead. My bottle of Ardbeg 10 I think is at like 30% fill level, so I need a new one. So that's what it comes down to. I really think it's like a wait for it to go on Steam sale kind of game. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm bored enough that I want to do it. And I don't mind playing this game, but like as Crassus has just alluded to, some people might not find this game very entertaining to watch, and I get that. Treat yourself? Yeah, but that's the thing though. Okay, I can treat myself to a bottle of scotch too. It doesn't help. Well, just buy both. Well, then I could buy 2 bottles. There's infinity number of bottles to buy. It's time. It's time for what?
I see.
It's time to resubscribe to Final Fantasy 14. You have floor booze? Well, that's the thing, actually. So, after you left, I did all of my new blind sample bottles. So every bottle that's open has a blind sample now. So all of the floor whiskey is here right now. It's right here. That's all the floor whiskey. That's open bottles. These aren't open. And I have some more bottles under the desk that are unopened. So I'm trying to keep only things that are not opened here, except for Red Bank. We got to keep Red Bank up here. But everything down there is open and has a sample. And I have a plan in action today that will eliminate all the floor whiskey and get it in the cabinet. So, you know what that means? Means there's space for more floor whiskey. If there's no whiskey on the floor, that means we have space for more floor whiskey. I'm going to have so much room in the cabinet here today. The worst part is I keep looking at online retailers, and they have some stuff, man, at a really good price. To ship, so one of the sites, the minimum amount they'll ship per price is 4 bottles. So the price that they give you is for 4 bottles. So it's $56 to ship 4 bottles. And if I pick 4 bottles on there, I would get those bottles for less money, including shipping, less money than I would pay for them here, and I have better selection. And some of them are on sale. And I'm really looking there going, well, like, you know, I get it, you know. But the problem is like, as soon as I start buying stuff from online retailers, shit's out the window, man. I could go broke. Because being restricted to what I have locally to me is a real, like, moderation tool for for how much I can realistically want to buy. Haven't you played some of this patch, Crassus? Of 14? Haven't you done at least like the first like set of content? Nothing? Okay. So you haven't played Dog Trail at all? The thing is I would have to catch up on any post Endwalker content too. I've done 0 post Endwalker content. I also haven't done any Pandemonium at all. Oh, you did that? No. I literally got to the point with Endwalker where I talked to the guy that was like, ha, 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 Pandemonium's coming, and then but it wasn't released yet, and then I quit before it released. So I've done 0 Pandemonium or anything after like Endwalker launch content. At least I think so. I don't remember if I did. If I did more than that, I don't remember doing it. Oh wait, did I do some of it? I must have done some of it. Because I was doing that Island Sanctuary shit, wasn't I? That was almost a year ago now. I don't remember, man. It was too long ago. Maybe I did some of it. What patch was live in February? Whatever patch was live in February, I think I did that. So anything that came out since February, I guess, would make sense. What kid 10? The other cat has got a C-3PO head. What? I don't know what he's doing with it. You go see what Mosley's doing with that C-3PO head? A weird animal. We had these decorations, these Christmas decorations, that are like stuffed. And like part of the point was like, if you put them on the bottom of your tree and your like pets get at them, they're like, it's like fine because they're basically pet toys that sit on the tree. And ever since we got the Christmas tree out, he's been like walking around with this stuffed C-3PO head that has like a loop on it to go on the tree as an ornament, but he's just odd. I don't know what the math is to get 312 of these things. I don't know how many runs that is. Three 312 and 424, 13 runs. Fuck off. Is this, seems correct. This isn't going too slow. Oh. No. Leave me alone. So I was told I should look on the wiki to see like what the XP rates per hour are. Should I be doing that? Maybe that's a smart thing to do. Although I do want to get this monument stuff done anyways, so I'll do that at least. Yeah, we're getting up to that point where like you know, I wasted a bunch of money on at the Spirits Festival, and you know, it's been a little while. We've kind of like paid back some of that figuratively and not buying anything. Time to buy some more stuff soon. Even though I have 7 unopened bottles still. I mean, I was doing the math, and it's just, you know, if I review 2 whiskeys a week, okay, that means I'm only reviewing like 100 whiskeys a year. You know, that's maybe not enough. That's maybe not enough. We gotta. There's lots of whiskeys around. We gotta pick it up a little bit. We gotta pick it up a little bit. You know, we might have to. We might have to do 3. Part of the problem is like I feel like I need to hit all of the. I need to hit all of the like run-of-the-mill distilleries and offerings, but at the same time, I don't want to like only be looking at ones that are like core range, because if you like are doing nothing but like 12-year-old core range products all the time, then your brain's gonna get stuck in that world for a little bit and like forget what else is out there. So I need variety, but I need to hit, because I was in the frame of mind that I would go and just buy a whole bunch of like mid-tier ones that I haven't done yet that I intend to do eventually, but I feel like I need a variety of different ages and offerings. Boom. Boom. So if I go click on here and I click Alchemist, to tell me what I should do. I see. It has numbers on here like profit per hour, but I'm not spending any money, I don't think. Well, I guess you spend the money for the bottles for alchemy, but I guess that's a real cost. Hands are all dry. This hefty monument piece. This is 50 XP per hour. This is even better than the next one up, but there's another XP per hour if you drop the ingredients on the ground. That ain't me. I'm a hoarder. I'm dropping stuff on the ground. Oh, I think I should. Alright, I can't put it in alchemy until I'm at least 20. That's how it works. I do have like some quests I could do, but I don't actually know like how important that is to get done right away. I really hope I'm not going to get back to that point where like I can't freaking smell anything. I hope this cough like just goes away real quick. That like month where I had that other cold last year, that was fucking shit. I don't want to do that again. Almost halfway. I gotta go AFK for a minute. Hold on. Hello, Ventorius. How are you? I just crawled out of bed just now. You know, you could avoid crawling into bed if you keep your laptop, your work laptop, at your bedside table. Beside your Keurig machine. Your nightstand is free of debris, is it? I feel like those old-timey like television shows where like some guy like has some kind of Rube Goldberg machine where like when he gets up like his breakfast is made for him by some like set of random contraptions. New game? Me, not really. I've played it before. Kind of been like playing it off stream sometimes. Because it's not very entertaining. It's straight up just grind. It's just grinding. Just grind the game. It's RuneScape at home, you know. But I didn't have anything better to do, so I'm here. We're clicking on things. I have whiskey. We were talking earlier that I'm I don't know. I might try Indiana Jones, but I might not. I don't know. It's really expensive. It's actually the price that's stopping me from playing Indiana Jones. It's pretty hard to want to spend 90 plus tax for like a maximum 20-hour game. But I'm kind of in digital limbo right now, so I don't know. That being said, we got everything up to date. We got all our blind samples poured. So my blind sample pool is up to date with everything that I have that's open. And I'm getting rid of all my floor whiskey today. All my floor whiskey is going to make it into the cabinet today. So we'll be more organized, roughly. Roughly. Which leaves us room to like try to do other stuff. Get some other stuff done. Because I had like a backlog of shit to do. I'm finally getting through the backlog of shit to do. And then maybe I can do some new shit. Everyone likes new shit. Although I do mean to like still go through that book for see if I can pilfer any notes out of that. Dr. Jones. I do still have that like shitty like fire spells character on PoE, but Character feels doomed. Unless I like switch to doing like fire strike skills. That's a real thing I could do. I just got done complaining about Perfect Strike, and I would be playing Perfect Strike again. Is what it would be. But I kind of want them to just like release No Pants Grandpa so I can play him. And release the men summoner build. Where you summon men and they beat them. Summoning skeletons? No, no. Summoning men? Yeah, we talked about yesterday too that I might study for the certified Scotch professional certification, but I don't know if I'm gonna do that on stream or not. I could do it on stream, but I don't know how much I'll actually have to study as part of the thing, because a lot of the sample questions I already know the answer. But there's a whole section on history, and I'm shit at history. I'm shit at Scotch history. I don't know history at all. I think you're supposed to know certain dates and events in the formation of the Scotch industry that I do not have any idea about. But at the very least, he would give me a fancy certificate, and I could write some letters next to my name. History sucks. I don't think history sucks. I'm just bad at retaining the information. That's really what it comes down to. Like, I don't know what it is, but like, my way of learning things is not through reading text. If I read text, it's very hard for me to remember or correctly, like, learn from it. I have to, like, bad at retaining because it sucks. I have to, like, either listen to it being said, or I have to, like, actively do something involving it. It's like I'm a listening and doing kind of person, and I'm not a reading kind of person. So, like, I got a hold of, like, the document that you're supposed to study from, and I tried to use, like, one of those, like auto reader programs to read it, and it's just like, I don't know, it's like not human enough or something. The way that the like auto reader pronounces certain things, I just don't understand what it's saying. It also doesn't know the correct pronunciation for like any of the Gaelic words, so it's like kind of an issue there too. It'll come to a Gaelic word and just say some kind of weird nonsense, and I'll be like, what the fuck is that? Maybe there's an AI for that. I'm sure there is, but I haven't looked any further than like having Adobe Acrobat read the document. Probably there's something better I could use. You're probably not wrong. But it's like I need the thing like read to me because there's just no way that there's any other way I'm going to retain the information correctly. Which is like the complete opposite from my wife, where like she'll go and read some kind of like novel in like 3 days. And I'm over here like, if a text message is 1 paragraph long, I have a hard time remembering what it said. Beastly 702, how's it going? Not too bad, I guess. I'm clicking on rocks. It's very engaging. We're doing a rock clicking routine. After that, I don't know. We're almost done with this monument stage. My alchemy shit, so I was gonna work on alchemy, but I was told I should just make crappy potions, but I don't know if I want to do that. It says the least negative profit per hour is 10% potions up until level 23, 5% Stone Maw Hill XP potion, but I don't even know if I can make Stone Maw Hill XP potions. I'd have to like... I think the ingredients for some of these come from other regions, right? I only have the 2 first episodes started, so that's all I got. Not much. Maybe we'll like finish this like main story quest thing. Maybe that's what I'll do. Get to work on that shit. You can buy the ingredients, it just gets expensive. Yeah, that's kind of what I learned about how this game kind of operates, is like either you can get the ingredients yourself or you can use your wildcard money to get whatever ingredients you want. It's just that, you know, costs money. There's a fellow in here earlier that said if you go to the last episode, there's like something you can do that like makes a lot of money. So like what you could do is just go to the last episode and do the thing that makes a lot of money. And then like from there you can always like buy the best XP per hour thing to do. Just use knowledge points to potions? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I'd have to get it to at least level 20 for that, but yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Merchant? Yeah, I was watching somebody do that earlier. I haven't paid the subscription yet, so I'm kind of like sandbagging on that a little bit, but it's not like I couldn't. I just haven't. Nothing's more efficient than free. Why, hey. Although I was watching him also do that like investigation thing, and that seemed like kind of cool. It seemed like a good meme, you know. Although the plus side of this game is it's not terribly intensive. I have the ability to converse at my leisure, unlike some other games. And talk about Scotch. We can talk infinitely about Scotch. To infinity. Yeah, at first I was kind of like, well, I'll get these all to 25, then I'll get these all to 25, and then I'll get them all to 50, and get them all to 50, and then that's kind of like what I was thinking I was going to do, but I guess in theory, if I get these all to 25, I'd have to get these to 25, and these to make it make sense. Maybe 25 is not a good number. Maybe I should do 50. I don't know. And then there was like the thing where like you can make XP potions. And I was like, well, maybe I'm supposed to like be making XP potions. That's the most efficient thing to do. I don't know. Are you supposed to be making XP potions? They only last 2 minutes, so it's like kind of weird. Because when you think about a task like say you're sawing logs out of the bank, if you use a 5% XP potion, you're taking up like 4 or so percent of your like inventory space to hold the XP potion. And then it's also going to like drop off at some point, so you're not going to get the full benefit. So like a 5% XP potion doesn't even seem worth it. It's like you're already losing like 4% because you're carrying like one less item. And then sometimes it's not going to work, so that probably like makes up the like, because it like drops off at some point. So it like probably loses you another whole percent there. It's like not even worth it. But it probably is worth it for some other activities where like if you turn in a bounty, it's probably worth it for that. But I don't know. We're just plugging away either way. And then in a little bit we'll do our daily whiskey related content. After that, I don't know. I'm on vacation, so I've been like streaming longer a lot of days, but I still have a lot of stuff that that's like stream related that I want to get done before I go back to work. So I also have to like find time for that. I'd love just to stream more than I currently do still though, so that's why I'm trying to stream longer. And I'm going back to work with different hours too, so I don't know how that's going to turn out for like... I might get in an extra hour of stream per day. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I really would like to stream at least 6 hours a day minimum. Minimum. But it's hard to make that fit. That's so much, yeah, I know. But the thing is like, when I was broadcasting before, I was doing at least 6 hours a day. And I know that some of the people who are like, really popping off, they're streaming like way longer than that. So, I don't know. Now I'm not gonna be. I can't conceivably do as crazy as some people though. Like Thor streams 6 days a week, 12 hours a day at least. Sometimes I'm in there and he's been live for 14 hours, and I'm like, okay, I don't know about that, but I'd like to do 6, but it's like really hard to do 6 when you're also working. Because the last time I was doing 6 hours a day, I was only working part-time. That was almost 10 years ago. I was only working part-time, so like doing 6 hours a day wasn't that bad. But things are different now. Wish I had that kind of time. Yeah, I know. Amen, brother. He lives at home. Like he moved back home. I think he worked as a social worker or something like that for like 10 years, and then he like moved back home. Which that seems like if you don't have a family, that seems like a pog move. But no rent, no job. Get me in for 12 hours a day. But that's not an option for me. I'm trying to do even worse than that. I'm trying to upgrade from rent to a mortgage. I'm in that world. We're trying to upgrade a little bit. It's hard. It's hard in this country. But we're trying to get there. Making ourselves miserable in the meantime. Can't do that. I should probably look up what I need to do for this main story thing, because I totally forget what's going on with it. Main story, nullify the corruption. Difficulty 1 star. That can't be hard, right? Requires 8 woodcutter, 4 coarse ash planks, 1 jar, 17 to 20 scout, health potions, kill some stuff. I have to see what point of this I'm in. I gotta collect the magic something. Okay, so we did all this. Multiple-headed creature beyond the river. So I did the glowing mushroom. Think. Oh no, maybe I didn't do that. Maybe I got to do all three still. Okay. We'll do that after we're done with this monument tier. It shouldn't be too many more trips, I think. No. Run away. Are we moving up in the world? I think we're moving up in the world. Oh, we're under 20,000. That's big. Look at that. I'm moving up in the world. I don't know how many people play this game, but we're in the top 20,000. I guess you can't see it's behind my brains. Hold on. There it is. Almost there. 24. Yeah, one more run. Just need one more run. When's the next monument piece for this? At 53. That's a good ways. Mom and kid went to the bookstore, and she told me when she went to the bookstore that I could come and buy some whiskey, but then she conveniently went to the bookstore when I was broadcasting. It was a trick. It was a ruse. What a ruse. Terrible ruse. A Puro brick. What? FF win. What, you're not entertained by brick collecting game? I'm entertained. I see number go up. You don't get some residual excitement from seeing number go up? What you're grabbing from the booze store? Not really. Which is bad. It's a bad thing to do. The best way to go in there and come out with a reasonable amount of things is to have a plan. But part of the problem is I'm trying to not spend any money on whiskey because I still have 7 unopened bottles. So I don't have a plan. But then you go in without a plan. If I make a plan, then I'll execute the plan. And I don't want to have a plan, but I need to have a plan. Who knows? I might get that 40 Creek Canadian whiskey that's got a maplewood barrel finish on it. I was thinking about that one. I feel like I don't do enough like Canadian whiskeys. red bag single barrel. I think by principle that doesn't exist. I think by principle that just doesn't exist. It would just be straight corn, wheat, or rye whiskey. But yeah, I feel like, I don't know. To some extent, I feel like I should try to cover the if I can, the top end of what exists for Canadian whiskeys. I feel like I should do that justice. Because nobody else does that. There's a reason nobody else tends to do that, but at the same time, I feel like I should. I feel like I should just, to some extent, embrace the Canadian whiskey. That doesn't mean it's going to be more Canadian whiskeys in my collection than Scotch. Let's be realistic for a minute. But to some extent, I feel like I should. Like I should cover more Canadian whiskeys. Oh, well, look at all that work. Cleaned up the monument a little bit. All right. Let's see what's going on over here. Because there is plenty of I don't know, there's not plenty. That's the wrong word. But there is plenty of Canadian whiskeys that I could get into. And the best part is they're not terribly expensive. So I don't know. Maybe we should just try, okay? Just try to do more Canadian whiskeys. When 40 Creek has a special release, maybe we should try it. And then buy 3 bottles of Scotch for every 40 Creek bottle we buy. There's a couple other gaps in my collection though. Like I need more international whiskeys. I need more rye whiskeys, like specifically American rye whiskeys. I need more blended Scotch whiskeys. And obviously I have only a few cognacs and only a few... Well, I got 1 gin and no tequila, but I feel like those are just minor. Those are like things that are in the fringe. Maybe the Canadian whiskey thing should be more than a fringe. But I think in terms of my preference, Scotch is definitely... We got to be honest, it's Scotch. So what am I trying to do exactly? So here is this thing. I think I have to go through these brambles over here, and it's like one of the things I have to do. Yeah. Okay, first order of business. We gotta like go through these brambles over here. Yeah, there's something to be said too for like right now I'm only slated to open 1 bottle a week. So right now I have enough whiskey on the floor here for like another 2 months of bottle openings. That means if I buy more, you know, realistically, we might have to open more than one bottle a week. I mean, it's rough, you know, it's rough out there. But I kind of wanted to also have bottles available around so that, like, if someone wants to pay channel points to open a bottle, I have plenty of bottles to pick from. Because we do have that channel reward for 25,000, which I think is pretty value. That I'll crack a new bottle. So I don't know. I don't want to like outpace what my budget, which my budget can realistically support. But as it is right now, we're reviewing twice as many bottles as we're opening, so. Soil mound. Okay, so I have to click on this mushroom. We got mushroom. Discover this. Mushroom collected. Gotta go to the two-headed bear clearing. Where the hell's that? It's all the way back there. Shit. Must obtain caffeine. Didn't specify what. I'm sure he's just snorting caffeinated powder. I think it's up this way. Up through the leafy lane. The leafy lane. Discover. Any other discoveries around here? Doesn't seem like it. I'll discover this man. He's a wild man. Bunch of Conans around here. Is this it? Bear clearing. I think it's up here. Two-headed bear. Boss monster. Can I kill this? Surely. I have the wrong gear on is the thing. I think we can kill this. Has a lot of health. Wait. Oh shit. Am I supposed to be running out of this? Oh my god, it has mechanics. Wild. That's wild right there. We got some mechanics going on. Oh shit, get out. No, run out. I don't know if you're supposed to do something different to dodge that mechanic, but am I supposed to take honey? Take honey. Okay. So we did that. I need 4 coarse ash planks. Do I have that? I might. We're gonna have to go down to the bankeroon and see if I actually have those. I have ash planks, but I don't know if I have 4 coarse ash planks. Can't remember what I have. We can just chop them and mill them or whatever, but... Guy's level 69. Nice. Okay, do I have 4 coarse ash planks? Is this coarse? Oh, I have all kinds. Okay, what else do I need? Hope Forest Ferry. Where's that? That's way down there. Okay. Down this way. Discovery. Discovered. Use item on. Hey, what are you doing with my boat? I'm fixing it, brother. You want me to fix your boat? Yeah, I'm already good, man. I got your stuff, don't worry. Nice. Oh no. Oh god. It's a sea monster. A mutant newt. It has lots of hit points. Very spongy. Can I use my bow? Quick fix this thing. Okay. I see. Mechanics? Mechanics? Okay, get another mechanic. I feel like I should be able... Ow. Fuck me. I feel like I should be able to shoot him with my bow. I tried to shoot him with my bow and I ran into the mechanic. That was bad. Potion, potion. Fix it, fix it. He's gonna do a mechanic on this side. Run. Fix. Nope. Freak. Pot. Attack. Engaging. Engaging gameplay right here. Run. And with the two-hander. Can't really tell if he's hitting my character or just the boat. Probably no reason to not use the two-hander if he's just hitting the boat. Kind of explain why he's so damaged spongy though. Easy. Got him. Alright. I think I gotta click on this thing. That's what we're here for. What's in here? These are really high level. So we did that, got that. Go back to the crystal clearing. Okay. Which is all the way the fuck up there. This is probably shorter to do this. Why not pre-click into here? Oh, there's brambles, that's why. Use my items. Nothing happens. Yay, we fixed it. Head to the mine. To the mine. Where do I go? Here, I think. All the green. Hope Forest 60 total level 153. Caffeine acquired. Did you crush up some caffeine pills and snort it? Like a real man. Eat raw beans? Not yet? Okay. Yeah, I still put the powder in water at this point. So I have enough level to go in there. I think I just need the premium pass. I don't have a premium pass right now. Nespresso. Oh, the fancy Keurig. Pinky up Keurig. Is it better? Or is it all the same shit? What other quests do I have? Too complicated and too much cleanup required for regular drip coffee. Yeah, we have a little thingamabob. If I don't really drink coffee, but espresso greater than Keurig. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is what Mom uses, this thing. Oops. This thing here, it's like the you put the filter and the coffee in here, and you just put this on top of the cup, and then you fill this with water, and then it just drips through. It's not like... And then all you gotta do is throw this part out afterwards. But you do have to, like, we get beans and grind them, so I guess there's that part that's a little more complicated, but... A legit coffee maker? Yeah, we don't like make a whole pot or anything. We just like make one cup at a time. French press main? I tried to convince Mom that she should get a French press, and then I think she's just like whatever on it. At least we don't get like pre-ground grains anymore. Actually, the thing is like we got our coffee grinder for free. I got it for my job. If you do a good job, they give you free stuff around my workplace. So I got a coffee grinder for free. So at least we like buy beans and grind them instead of like get the pre-ground shit, but I'm not enough of a coffee guy to know like the difference really. I just feel like it kind of sort of tastes better, but I'm not like in the weeds about it. You know what I mean? But last I heard, French press is the way to go. I heard that's like the goated one. French press with pre-ground beans. Do you feel like the pre-ground beans are compromising your taste? I'm serious question. I have no idea. I have an espresso machine that I grind the beans for. Yeah, we used to have. What happened with us is we had back in the day we had a Tassimo. I don't know if you've ever heard of this ancient artifact, a Tassimo. And then we had a Keurig for a little while. And then the Keurig was kind of getting like old and kind of like clunky. Tassimo tasted like burnt plastic. I only ever used it for like, this was in my like energy drink era. So I only ever used it for like hot chocolate. So I don't really know. But we had a Keurig for a little while and the Keurig was getting like old and shit. And like at one point, it just like the Keurig ate shit. So we threw it out. And it's like, well, now what do we do? And then my mom, like my mother, not my wife, but my mother makes coffee with one of those little white things I just showed you. And so we just got one of those like in the meantime, basically. And we just never got off of that. And I feel like it's probably way more cost effective than Nespresso. Although I feel like espresso is way less like annoying to use. I use a lot of coffee grinds in the French press, and it takes too long to grind them. I could see that. Yeah, the grinder we have, it's all electric, and you just press a button. You like just fill the reservoir, and you just press a button, but it still takes a while to grind the beans for it. Do I have to go to town to get this? Oops. Go here. But yeah, I'm just an energy drink powder enjoyer, so my opinion doesn't really matter. But you get all these like guys who are into coffee are like, you got to use French press and you got to grind the beans. You can't have pre-ground and all this sort of thing. And I'm like, but like I'm kind of like see it from their perspective of like they see it like I'm putting ice in my scotch kind of thing. They probably see me putting Coke in my scotch. That's kind of like what the perspective I'm getting from them. So it's like I kind of like I try to like be open to that. Lore is happening. We're talking about lore. Lots of lore was talked about. Big XP, boom. Okay, so I can't go in here until I get a subscription. Until I pay money. I don't know how annoying that's going to be. Hold on. Wait, what? Let me do some math here. Let me show you this for a second. I'm confused. um, okay, so here's the pricing tiers. So you can pay $7.79 per month, or you can pay $30.99 for 3 months. I'm not a astro mathematician, but I think if you take $7.79 and multiply it by 3, and I'm using a calculator to be sure, that is $23.37. So if you pay more for more time in advance, you get a worse deal, not a better deal. If I take $7.79 and multiply that by 12, I get $93.48. So it is a worse deal to pay more up front. Okay. I don't know why that is. That seems cooked, to be frank. Okay. Surely we can use this name. Get a real name. I kind of like want to just use my proper name, but at the same time, I want people to know that I'm live on Twitch TV. How else could I do that other than run around telling people I'm live on Twitch TV? I guess we'll just stay like this. Okay. So I should be able to go to the next zone now. This guy's got mine carts. That's kind of cool. What am I supposed to be doing? Search the mine for another erupting crystal. Okay. I guess. Do you like mine ore and then put it in the cart and then push it around? It's kind of a cool system. I guess I could go on the wiki and have it tell me what I'm supposed to do. Because I have no qualms about that. Go way south. Okay. Zambies. Uh-oh. Gold pan at your own risk. Where am I supposed to go? Goblin Well? Where am I right now? Big River Cavern. Supposed to go south still. I go the wrong way. I think I went the wrong way, maybe. Hold on. Dead game. Already dead game. Just came out, early access, dead game. Here's a storage thing. Building materials bank. Get murdered. Oop, shit. Yes, we did that part. Talk to these guys. Get the goblin whistle. Navigate to waterfall. That is so far away. What in the frick? I can't go this way. This guy's got a quest. Gotta go all the way back up. Down through the other way, I think. I can't kill these things. I don't have any mine fighter gear. I would have to go do scout or something until I got some unattuned drops and then attune them in here to have gear. Other than that, I kind of just have to deal with it. Throughout waterfall. Blow on the goblin whistle when standing near the ladder. Get a very shiny amethyst. Talk to this guy in this place. Where's that? That's right where I was before. Go all the way back. Where's the EQ stream? I thought about playing Pantheon. I didn't think about it. Which is like the new EverQuest. It still looks old and clunky like EverQuest.
Yes, you told.
Yay.
In my wallet, since you can't find yours.
Think.
Thing is like EQ is like too like even in Pantheon you can solo, but like in original EverQuest you really need to play in a party, and I just don't know if I have like the time every day to like find a party and play in a party. That's like the problem with EverQuest. It's not like a personal gripe with it. It's like I don't think I have the time of day for this sort of a kind of gameplay. Might give me another quest. Locate the cave moth. Where is cave moth? Oh, there's cave moth. Okay, cave moth goes in here. Cave moth goes in here. Yeah, unfortunately, like the single player thing in EverQuest seems to not work because like when they made EverQuest 2, they kind of made it so you could solo, and that game's dead. That game is ripperoni. Need level 10 miner to extract the amethyst. Oh, okay. So we have to level up. I need a pickaxe. Who has a pickaxe for me? Do you have a pickaxe for me? Where's the pickaxe merchant? You. There's an ore sign here. Bone shop? What's that?
Big.
A handbag.
Don't lose your money. So he bought a book. He bought another Tilton book. He wanted a bag, book in, and that was on clearance. carried it all around the mall. He was in a very good mood. He was extremely well delivered.
Sounds like him. He didn't want to go and then was okay when he went.
The only thing was that he was trying to read his book while we were walking around Walmart. And when I asked him to put the book down because there was like a crowd, he put the book down. He was unusually well behaved.
Unusually well behaved, eh?
Last time I took you somewhere, weren't you? Yeah.
Where do I buy a pickaxe in this joint?
Has that been?
I'm gonna have to look on the map.
No.
Get in.
And the most important purchase. And the cashier is also a fan. We had a whole conversation about it.
Cat, did you put the? Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I blew you guys' eardrums. Cat's fault. Cat just goes over to the XLR interface and just cranks it every time she does that. Goddamn cat. What are you doing? I was wondering if my hearing got better. No, she went over and cranked my volume on my microphone all the way to almost the max. I'm sorry. I do not intend for this to happen. I'm trying to find where you buy a pickaxe in this shithole. Explosives. Hands and pickaxes all the way down there. Adriana wanted you to make sure that you could hear what Mom said about her book. That's clearly what it was. Yeah, that's the thing about Pantheon. That's like kind of funny. I'm looking at this map and I'm remembering that like one of the like selling points in Pantheon is it's just like original EverQuest where there's no maps in the game. I'm remembering like in EverQuest 1 when I was playing EverQuest 1, you would go on the wiki to try to like find a map and it was all like ones people drew by hand with like grid paper. Which is like kind of like a wild thing. It's probably the same for Pantheon. It's probably got a bunch of people's hand-drawn maps on the wiki. Okay, someone in here needs to sell me a pickaxe so I can... Spood! Spood, do you have a pickaxe? You do. Spood sold me a pickaxe. Alright, now what do I do? I have a pickaxe. Coarse flint. There's some coarse flint up there. We gotta mine some coarse flint, evidently. We gotta get to level 10 to continue our epic quest. No, wrong way. What are these? Should click on these so I know roughly what's around. Giant bat. Something down there. Iron. Okay, so here's our rift we can use. Oh, was there a pickaxe right here? I'm an idiot. There was a free pickaxe right here. I just didn't see it. Oh well. There's some more iron over here, some more flint. I wonder what the mine carts are for. Mine cart work, flint. Maybe mine carts are for... No, it doesn't look like it's... Limestone is passive. I wonder what the mine cart flint thing is. Guess I'll find out eventually. Is this all the flint? These two zones? Yeah. See, this guy's got a cart. How does this work? He, like, drives his cart down here and this guy fills it up and he takes it back? Did he just get all the flint that gets put in the minecart? How does it work? Maybe we don't get any flint. Maybe we just get XP. Level 2. Does that mean I can do iron now? Iron ore. Down here. We dump my stuff in here. Bank not discovered. Oh, rough. Hold on. Where's the ore bank? Is it down with those goblins? Oh, it's down at the goblin workshop. Shit. I gotta, like, get that done. It's down here, I think. Run! To click on this thing probably. Okay, so that doesn't work. What bank does this go in then? Stone bank. Oh, this is considered to be stone. Stone bank. Stone masonry room. Which is where? Okay, down this way. All right. Back to the iron. Maybe there's iron here too. Well, it's probably like this zone or something. Leave me be, tentacle. Shadowy floor tentacle. What's in here? Andesite, of course. Andesite site. Of course there's andesite there. There's iron here. I just want to see if there's iron up here too. It's probably like in this room. Yeah, okay. This is some real RuneScape looking like shit. Bunch of guys mining the wall. So can I like... Someone tell me where the cave moth is? Oh man. It's not like some kind of thing where like I give this guy ore and then I can like move it with the minecart. That's not the thing, right? I don't think so. Maxwell Goodfield. How's this guy? I guess he just didn't update his name. Pretty fast stuff. I can go to basalt now. Jagged Junction, all the way up there. Hi, you're back. These early levels never take very long. What whiskey are we reviewing today, Adriana? Oh, here it is. Why you? Kind of hungry. See if we can scrounge up here. Are you gonna need your own? Hey, well, why don't you have this one? You want that one?
Did you see this picture?
Guy's mining my ores. That's not a thing in this game, though. Everyone gets to share. Kumbaya. Fastest way to dump this ore. It's kind of like pretty far from everything. I don't know if there's like a better drop-off point than running all the way. Doesn't seem like it. Seems like it's shit every possible way. This ore sucks. Okay. What time is it? It's about time. We'll fill our inventory here and then we'll spin the wheel. We'll be wheel spinners. Okay. We're gonna go to food and drink. We're gonna do a live whiskey. We'll just whiskey review. Done. I'm gonna go to YouTube, and we're gonna go to the how-to and lifestyle category. I guess I don't know, something like that. Let's get out the wheel. Wheel of Fortune. All right, Maker's Mark. I hate this bottle. Last time I drank this bottle, I hated it. Let's see. Let's see if we still feel that way. See if we still feel that way today. Okay. Well, it's bourbon, you know. You bourbon enjoyers. Boxing chair stream. Stream. Might stream. I'm back. I'm sorry. Okay, let's get out some couple things. This is actually the only Maker's product I have going right now, which it's maybe not a good thing. But we tasted this spirit blind like 2 weeks ago. I got a blind sample that turned out to be this thing, and I was not enjoying drinking it. I'm gonna be plain about it. I thought it was Lot 40 Dark Oak because it was so overspiced and not to my preference. So I don't know if it's still going to be the case today, but last time I drank this, I did not enjoy it, actually. I'm down with bourbon, but this particular one, I just found it over spicy and over oaked. I don't know if that's going to still be the case or what, but we're going to find out. And I would like to get, I really need to get some more other Maker's products, maybe do a compare, but anyway. For today, though, live review of Maker's Mark 101 proof, limited release. This is a Centauri Global Spirits product, and they own Jim Beam, Bamore, Alberta Premium, Lefroy, Canadian Club. These are all Centauri Global Spirits products. This is Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey at 50.5% ABV or 101 proof. It is non-chill filtered, and it has to be natural color because we're talking about Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey. The mash bill that they use here is 70% corn, 16% soft red winter wheat, and 14% malted barley. This is aged approximately 6 years. It used to be that this 101 proof was a distillery exclusive. Then it was a travel retail exclusive for some amount of time. And now you can just pretty much get these absolutely everywhere. So I don't know. Despite the fact that this says limited release on it, it is very clearly not very limited. It is on every store shelf I think I've ever seen right now. Even though originally it was very exclusive, it's not very exclusive at this time. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see what it tastes like. As far as I know, this is like pretty much just your regular Maker's Mark off-proofed a little bit, but also the barrels selected for this whiskey are supposed to be a little higher quality. I don't know. We'll give her a shot and see. Pretty standard, similar bottle going on here. The letters are in gold though, instead of like that white label. But everything else is about what you'd expect. And again, we're going to rate this out of 100, 25 points for aroma, 25 points for palate, 25 points for finish, 10 for the texture, and 15 for my personal experience, which the last time I drank this was bad. I'm not sure what that says. And the myth about Maker's Mark is that this is supposedly Pappy Van Winkle's recipe. So maybe that's why it's so popular. Even though it's not even the same company. All right. Send you spinning. One of the things I noticed is with an empty box and a full bottle on one side, this thing kind of like jerks around a little bit because it's like uneven. I wonder if I should put the bottle on there and just screw the box. We could just put the box here and put the bottle in the middle. I don't know. You think the light will make much of a difference? Oh, shit. Barely. Alright. There's your natural Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey color at 101 proof here. I'd say it's pretty typical color. I don't know. Feels like all of these, like roughly 5 to 7 year old bourbons, roughly look this color, and you'd expect so. Same climate, same kind of barrel, same rough amount of years aged. So you end up with a color roughly like this. I guess it depends somewhat if it's barrel proof or not. Some of the like barrel proof offerings do seem to come across a little darker, but this is probably still quite a bit darker than Wild Turkey 101, despite being the same proof and roughly the same age. Never seen you less excited to drink a spirit. Part of it is because I know the last time I drank this, I did not like it. I actually actively didn't want to finish it. And at the time, I thought it was Lot 40 Dark Oak. So, yeah. May not be a glowing review. We'll see. Sorry for all the Maker's Mark fans out there. I'm going to take a quick look in our whiskey opus and see if it tells me anything different while we're resting this for a minute. Of course, the iconic red wax top. Diageo, man. How did I miss M? This is in all kinds of weird orders. See, it says Michter's. Michter's to... Oh, the way this is ordered is kind of wonky. I don't understand how this is ordered. Is this under, like, some other name? It's ordered in a weird way. See, like, there's Woodford, and then there's Old Forester. Like, I guess it's ordered by brand somewhat. Like, this says Brown Foreman up here. So it's like... It's ordered by brand. So Maker's Mark is under Jim Beam. Because it is a Jim Beam product, like, at the end of the day. Interesting. We'll read the whiskey tales here about the Maker's Mark. An individual approach. It may be a big distillery these days, but Maker's Mark still does things a little differently to its competitors. The grain is ground on a mill that uses a roller system rather than a hammer system because the distillery believes that the heat from hammering makes for a more bitter taste. Also, the barrels are rotated in the warehouse for consistency, important for a bourbon that uses relatively few barrels in each batch and should not vary enormously in taste, something hard to avoid in Kentucky because of the huge temperature variations in the large multi-floored warehouses. So they do a barrel rotation. I don't wonder how that works because I guess when they say barrels are rotated in the warehouse, that means they just change where they're physically located. They don't like rotate the barrel around. That wouldn't make sense. So they just like move the barrels around the warehouse. They need like a track, maybe. I'm not sure about this hammer versus roller mill. That probably doesn't make much difference. Anyway. One common note for this particular brand is cherry. A cherry character. It's a very common note on Maker's Mark. Probably I'll get it. But, yeah. I'll dive in here in a second. I just hope it's not so spicy, man. Last time I drank this, it was so overspiced to me. Like, to the point that it was unfortunate. Yeah, initially, very cherry, very oaky, very spicy. There's a good sweet character in there, though. Cherries and syrup, sort of thing. Like if you had a very cherry fruit cup with oak and spice. A very spiced cherry fruit cup. It's all going to be on the taste, though. It's all going to be on the palate. But I feel like the palate's overspiced. Not much else there. Not getting like a big fat brown sugar caramel thing at this point. But I know for me personally that tends to come later in the experience. I know they say that like every time, but for me it's like you have to acclimate to that first set of notes and then all the like underlying sweetnesses kind of start to present themselves. I'm actually getting something that I would call cherry cola, which is a pleasant note. Cherry cola, spiciness, some oak character. Yeah, I like that. Like, it's more of a cherry cola than it is like a cherry fruit. I think I would rather say it's not cherry, it's cherry cola. Like artificial sweet cherry note. All right, let's brace ourselves for this potentially unwanted spice bomb. Or maybe it's fine. Maybe I had spice all over the palate that day. I don't know. Could happen. Cheers. The like back palate early finish on this is like so spicy. The worst part is the like arrival mid palate is actually pretty good. It's actually pretty like cherry cola. You get some like A little bit of toffee in there. You get a little bit of a buttery note. Some oak is present. And then, like, you go to swallow, and it's like, you sure you missed the cinnamon, bitch? And then you get slapped with, like, fucking baking spice right in the face. And it's like so jarring. It's like there's a spike in the intensity of flavor right when you go to swallow, and it's like all baking spice. And then I just didn't register whatever else was on the finish. That just seems what it's going on. Like I don't get it, man. There's that weird kind of weird herbal weedy note. Oh man, there's that note again. There's a note in here that I think it's a wheat note, but when I drank this blind, I thought that it was rye because there's like a weird, slightly herbal thing in the nose, especially. That is not on other weeders. It's not on the Heaven Hill weeders that we've tried. It's not on the Weller that we tried. It's like a weird sort of herbal kind of note. Not that a little bit the larceny. Do you mean like the herbal kind of note? Because I didn't get it on the larceny barrel proof. But if you mean like the spice part, I can see it. But there's something in here that I think I'm identifying as some kind of wheat note. And it comes across like a little herbal. And I think it's a Maker's Mark thing. I really do. I'm starting to think it's a Maker's Mark thing because the other weeders I've had don't have this note, and it kind of really reminds me of rye. But there's no rye in this mash bill, zero. There's just soft red winter wheat, and I don't know if like the wheats Maker's Mark uses are slightly different than the wheats that Weller and Larceny are using. But the best way I can describe this note to you is like as if the wheat was like not ripe yet and it was green, but it still kind of smells like a wheat note. And I'm thinking it's some kind of thing to do with like the specific kind of wheat they're using and the barrel interacting in some kind of way that kind of makes it seem like herbal spicy. I don't know. And maybe I'm just doing a terrible job of describing this particular note, but the fact that I'm getting it in here again means that the fact that I got it before is like, I'm not crazy. Like there is some kind of weird herbal thing going on in here that is not rye related, obviously. So I'm going to have to try to like hone in on what that is in particular for my personal taste. Phantom Wolf, how's it going? Appreciate you dropping in. We're doing a live review of the Maker's Mark 101 Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey. We do some whiskey / other spirits related content every day on this channel around this time. So if you're into that, you're in the right place. I do bourbon, scotch, Canadian whiskey. We do some rums. I have some cognac. We got all kinds of stuff. And the rest of the time we play video games. If you're into that too. I would assume so. You're on this website. All right, I got to take another sip of this. Yeah, kind of like cherry cola, spicy, oaky. Palette was actually kind of nice. It had some of that cherry cola in it. It had some like toffee in it, some oak. But then like near the back palette somewhere, it just really like wants to give you a spice bomb. Yeah, it really spikes. It really just, right when you go to swallow, on the back of the tongue, it just turns the spice up to 11. Right when you go into the finish. Finish is spicy, oaky. Oak is lingering. Not terribly long. Call this like medium length finish. Like medium. Finish is not terribly impressing me right now. It's like some spice in there, and it's oaky. Doesn't last particularly long. Don't get much else. Like the mug. This one, yeah. My wife enjoys oddities, so I have some mugs that are eccentric, we'll say. Don't make me get out the goat skull. Get out the goat skull again. Not much development on the nose here. It's coming across a little bit sweeter, but I'm kind of like good with like wrapping that into like the idea of a cherry cola. There is like a clear kind of a caramel developing though. The what? The carved goat skull. What do you mean what? I was clear. Carved goat skull. Like a real one. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, it is pretty sweet. I don't mean the whiskey, but damn you, Mark. Damn you, Mark. I don't know what you said, though. Those are words in a language. We speak English here, though. Yeah, all cherry cola, some caramel developing, weird herbal wheat related note, I think. Some spiciness, oaks in there. I still got some of that good cherry cola note. Some oak and spice in there, some toffee. When you go to swallow, again, spice up to 11. Spice on the finish. Some good oak lingers. There is some like brown sugar kind of sweetness developing on the finish too. It's not as bad. It's not as bad as when I blinded it. Okay, it's not as bad. But the spice component on the back palate of this is not my favorite. It is not a positive. And it's just because it just like kicks out of nowhere. It's like it goes, oh, this is nice and pleasant bourbon. And then, whoosh, and then you get some spice in the face, and that's not great. You know, it's like, how would you call that? Unbalanced. Almost feels unbalanced. Like it'd be good if it like you had those bourbon characters on the palate, and then you like transitioned into like a sort of smooth, spicy element into the finish, but it like spikes. It doesn't. It's not a pleasant, smooth transition. It just goes whoosh. It gives you a good slap. Like that's not a smooth ride, we'll say. So I don't know. I don't know about that part. Everything else is like pretty good. Some of the sweet notes are developing. Not getting as much as that weird kind of herbal wheat thing. I wish I had a better way to describe that. Because to me it comes across like green. And I don't know, that's like a stupid way to put it, but it's like it comes across in like a green manner. Like like wheat that's not ready to be harvested or something.
Yes. Yes.
All right. We're going to give this another one more sip here, and then we'll look at some numbers. I'm feeling pretty good. It's not developing that much. I didn't wait a whole hour to assess it a third time.
You know that sometimes dunk
A big dunk.
of wax.
A big dunk.
Yeah, did that, like when they're wax dip. There's Mark. For some reason, I'm getting whiskey content in all my stuff. But when they're doing the wax dip for that, they do it a certain way to get a certain amount. But every so many bottles, like I don't know what it is, they do a great big one. Those are supposed to be like, look for them.
People look for maker's marks that are overly waxed?
Yeah.
Have you guys heard of that? I've never heard of that.
That's why when I saw that one, I thought it might be that one because one side was huge. But it's like they literally dunk it down to the bottom.
Huh.
I'm not making it up.
I've never seen a super waxed maker's mark.
It was like it was footage of them doing it, and the woman like dunks it right in. And...
You sure that wasn't one where you do your own?
No.
At
It
the
was a
distillery?
factory line.
At the distillery, I think you can wax your own bottle. I think that's what you can do.
Big wax.
You mean like this? I don't know why it's on its side, but
They were taking a video of it because they don't do it that often. So this woman was gonna do it, and it goes in the maker's mark box. And
well, the thing is most maker's marks don't come in a box.
Or maybe it didn't go in. They were putting it in a big box of a bunch of them.
They put it in a case, you mean?
I don't know. I was gonna tell you about it, but I assumed it was information you already knew.
No, I've never heard that before. The image that I have, I'll show you the image I have since we're talking about this. Is this here? I don't know why the picture is like this. How many things you trying today? Usually we just do one, but you can always spend bits to make me talk about more whiskey. I'll do that. I'll get paid to talk about it. But it's like all over the top of it. You know what I mean? Like normally you don't get this much wax, right? So I don't know
Be cool.
how often or how regular this is. This is in particular. This is a 1 liter. This is a 1 liter bottle though of the basic makers. So it's a slightly bigger offering, but I've never seen it dunked like that before. I've never seen that. Apparently, Mom got some YouTube content that says that that's a thing that they do, and it's rare to find them, but they're doing a bad job of advertising these unique bottles because I have never heard of it. I don't know. Yeah, normally we just do 1 hour of spirits related content, then we play games the rest of the time. That being said, if you want to see any particular bottle in my collection, or if you want me to talk about, I'm down to talk about whiskey as much as possible, honestly. But there's like all of the spirits that are currently available to me right now. So if you want to see any spirits in particular, that's the big list. I'm down to get out any bottle there. All right, so let's talk about the aroma real quick. Actually, let me take one more sip, and then we'll talk about the aroma. I feel like I'm acclimating to that spice slap. We're getting there with it. Okay, we're too much for whiskey. I like rum though. Yeah, I don't have too many rums available to me in my market, but we kind of have some of the kind of baseline barrel aged stuff. So I got some El Dorado. I got some Appleton Estate. What else do we have? We have the 10-year-old Bacardi thing. What else is there? We have a Plantation XO 20th anniversary, which is that's not a great bottle. I don't know of any other rums I have off the top of my head. But rum is definitely something I'm interested in pursuing more of. It's just a matter of all kinds of different bottles competing for your dollar, right? So I definitely am interested in the idea of some of the unaged rums that have wild yeast components. I would love to try some of those, but they basically don't exist where I am. I would have to try to order them from Alberta. So that's always the struggle with rum for me. Rum and tequila, brandy / cognac. I just don't have a lot of readily accessible products near me. They just don't stock them up here. Pretty much what they stock up here is scotch and bourbon. Even the Canadian whiskey section is pretty small compared to the scotch and bourbon section. So that being said, of all the spirits I've tried, personally, I prefer scotch. I'm a scotch guy, but I just love exploring spirits in general. I'll try anything. It's just a matter of where I can put dollars. Deanston 9-year-old brandy cask finish. We haven't opened that one yet. That's actually one of the few unopened bottles that I have. And I haven't marked on there that one's not open, but I have not tried it yet. It's one of the 7 bottles that are still sealed. So this is it right here. So I'd be down to crack it. But typically what we do is there's 3 ways that we crack these. On Wednesdays, I will do a fresh crack bottle. I'll put up a poll. We'll put up all the bottles I have that are unopened that I've never tried before in the poll, and we vote, and then I'll crack one every Wednesday. For 25,000 channel points, I'll also crack a bottle. And then also, if you want to buy a dram for bits out of the bottle, I will also crack it if you do that. So I couldn't tell you because I've never had it, but I'm so interested in trying it. It's cask strength. And again, distilled in 2008 and bottled 9 years after. So this is actually a 2017 bottle. Yeah. I'll let you know when I try it. How about that? I try not to, I can't just crack everything I buy because then we wouldn't have any fresh cracks to do. I only have so much money. We got to try to keep things within budget, roughly. Okay. So let's talk about the aroma at a 25 on this. I'm actually quite enjoying the particular aromas on this right now. It's not like cherry fruit. The fact that it's like coming across to me as like a cherry cola note is way more interesting than like the typical like cherry notes you get on bourbons. I'm enjoying the cherry cola aspect of it. And then the rest is like pretty typical of what you get from bourbon. You get you're getting some of that caramel, some oakiness is in there, some spicy character is in there. We had a brief showing of like some kind of green wheat related note, which is my second time getting that off of this. What's your favorite one of all my bottles? Oh, that's really hard. But if you want some actual data, if you pop into my Discord channel, my Discord server, there is a section in there that displays all of my reviewed whiskeys and their score, and there is a list of all my whiskeys and what I've rated them in order. So it's hard to pick, but the best answer you'll probably get is if you consult my my whiskeys I've already reviewed, and this one will be added to that list momentarily. It's not my favorite nose though. I like the cherry cola note, but that's like it. Let's give it 15 on aroma. Boom, there it is. All right, let's hit the palate. And again, I actually like the palate quite a lot. The palate of this is actually pretty tasty. It's the like spicy, spiky part that I don't like. Around entry, you do get some of that like cherry cola note. There's some kind of like toffee syrup level sweetness in there. You get some oak and light spices near the back of the tongue. And then obviously when you swallow on the back palate, there's a lot of spice. Pretty spicy back there. I'm gonna give the palate 18. Give the palate 18 out of 25. All right, now we're gonna go to the finish, which the finish on this so far has not been very great. Doesn't have that great of a length. Mostly spicy and oaky. Does have kind of like a brown sugar sweet component. But that's about it. Right out the gate, spicy. Some of that sweetness is in there. Oak arrives. Kind of that oak and spice linger. Not much else there. Chef Old Wolf. How's it going? Thanks for popping in. Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost to 2025. It went so fast, didn't it? It was like October, and then it was Christmas, and then here we are. I'm going to get older. Everyone's going to get older, but everyone's also going to get wiser. That's what's important. '25 to '29 will be a wild ride. In what way? In what way will it be a wild ride? You're not wrong, but what in particular makes you say that? Finish is like pretty mid, man. 14. Call it 14. All right, out of 10, we're talking about the texture, which I haven't put much thought into. Plead the fifth on that question. You're going to incriminate yourself, are you? On Twitch TV? Okay. I try not to get too political on here, so I won't comment either. How about that? That being said, I'm in Canada, though. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It might have something to do with politics, though. All right. Let's hit the texture here. Texture's fine. Call it a 5. 5 out of 10. Not commenting on politics? I appreciate you doing so. It's hard not to comment sometimes, but it's the best, I think, for everyone to get along in a neutral space that we don't divide ourselves unnecessarily. We're stronger united. Prefer Wild Turkey 101 or Wild Turkey Small Batch? What is Wild Turkey Small Batch? I have a bottle of 101 with me. This Maker's Mark 101 is just what happened to come up for review. I have a Wild Turkey 101 and I have a Wild Turkey Rare Breed. Is what I have in the physical, in the flesh. But I've never heard of the Small Batch. Is that the one that's like 80 proof? I'm not sure. Having a friend over and they were into whiskey like I am. Oh. If they were the kind of person that was into whiskey like me, and they were at the same, we'll say, appreciate it in the same ways as I do, and like the same notes that I do, the easiest one I would hit, especially considering this person is my friend. Here we have the Lafroy Carchis 2024 annual release, cask favorites 10-year-old Lafroy Isla single malt Scotch whiskey. Um, this is an annual release from Lefroy. That is, if you don't know about Isla whiskeys, basically they're smoked with peat. They have strong notes of smoke, wood smoke, barbecue, iodine, bog sludge, sometimes tar, earth, medicinal characters. And they're quite challenging, but you come to love the smoke eventually, in my experience. Eventually, people always come to love the smoke eventually. But this one in particular is aged 10 years in ex-bourbon or in quarter casks, which are little small barrels. Then it is finished in Pedro Jimenez, which is a very deep, rich, thick sherry. And that gives it like a jammy, plummy sweetness intermingled with some of those smoke, iodine, earthy, peaty notes. But specifically the Carchus, as you see here, this is made to enjoy with friends. That's the whole idea. For, you know, if you're my friend, I'd rather share my best whiskeys with you. This is the idea with the Carchus. So we try to share this on stream with you guys, my friends. We had it when I brought it home. We had it on Christmas Eve. We had it, and we'll have it again on New Year's. This is just a lovely whiskey, honestly. You get all of the island notes firing on all cylinders, mixed with like a nice, sweet, plummy, jammy sweetness right in the mid palate, and then you go into those like more thick, bitter, earthy island notes right after in a kind of a roller coaster. So this is what I would share with a friend of the same taste as me, because I think this is delicious. Depends on the distillery. Kilchoman is very different to Lefroy or Ardbeg, and they are to Bruichladdich. Yeah, so to be clear, couldn't find that bottle. Yeah, again, this one sold out at the festival. I think people are getting clued in that this is really good. I think it's going to disappear. Yeah, so here's the thing about Kilchoman. So it depends on what Kilchoman release we're talking about. So Kilchoman is a relatively new distillery. A lot of their distillates are younger, like they're less than 8 years old. If you're talking about the Kilchoman Isla, 100% Isla barley, that's a completely different whiskey than Kilchoman's Mackyer Bay, Sanag, Loch Gorm, or their other offerings. That's like the main thing that I found. I have this Kilchoman batch strength. It's got a bunch of different barrels in it. But what I found with this one is you can tell it's younger. It's a little bit more vibrant, more brash, more up in your face. Sanag is the sherried one. Yeah, so Sanag is made with sherried hogsheads, not sherried butts, but sherried hogsheads. So it does get a good sherry impact. But they're using a smaller barrel. They're not using a sherry butt. But one thing to remember is all of the whiskeys made by Kilchoman that are not their 100% Isla barley release, the 100% Isla barley release, that is their own barley they grew on their farm. All these other ones are the same commercial malts from Port Ellen that Ardbeg uses, that Lefroy uses, that Lagavulin uses. It's all the same peated malt. So in that way, the peat character is about the same. More into bourbon cask or cognac cask. Yeah, I don't have too many things that are cognac cask. I do have a couple rums that have cognac cask in them, because obviously Plantation are going to use their Ferrand casks. I do have the Writer's Tears. We have a Writer's Tears Double Oak that has a good cognac essence to it. I haven't had too many things that are like, say, smoked, like peat smoked, that have cognac involved, though. But definitely if you have bourbon cask, if we're talking about Isla, bourbon casks are going to be much more closer to that smoky distillate. CC01, yeah, I haven't had that one. I do have access to the PMC 01, that's just a Pomerol cask, but I don't actually physically have it. It's just available in my market. A lot of Bruichladdich stuff isn't available near me. I get smatterings here and there of it. But yeah, like Ardbeg and Lefroy are different than Bruichladdich. Bruichladdich's peat does not come from Port Ellen like Kildoman's or Lefroy or Ardbeg's. Bruichladdic's peat comes from the main highlands, so they're going to have a different character for sure. I've tried whiskeys like Jack and just never really cared for them, so if someone who wasn't found one, they want to try to find one, so if you want to try a whiskey, how do you pronounce Carchess? Carchess. Carchess. Say the word car, and then say the word chess. Carchess. Roughly. It's not Cardius, as you might think. It's Carchess. Carchess. So what you probably want, Phantom, what you probably want to look at is kind of what style of whiskey you're interested in, right? So you have bourbon, which bourbon has to be matured in a new charred oak barrel. So you're going to have flavors of cherry, brown sugar, oak, spice. These are very common. So if you want something that is in that brown sugar, caramel, oak, spice kind of realm, then you're looking at trying bourbon. But if you want a entirely different experience, you can go to Scotch and get something that's got like orchard fruits, honey, still a similar spice note, and that's kind of like your typical bourbon cask Scotch has got that orchard fruit honey kind of realm. But you can also go to a sherried Scotch, which is something like dried fruits, plums, raisins, and then has like kind of darker notes in the back end, like chocolate, leather, darker spices, darker toffee, this sort of thing. So it kind of depends. Like there's a world. That's what's so exciting about whiskey is there's a world to try. Every distillate's different. Every barrel does a certain number on each distillate. So you kind of want to think about like, hey, what kind of flavors am I hoping to find, and then we can make some easy sipping recommendations for that. One of the ones that I'll recommend right off the gate, if you're into Scotch, I'm a Scotch guy, so it's easier for me to do Scotch, but this is my gateway drug, okay? This bottle here is the reason I'm talking to you about whiskey right now. The Glenfiddich 12-year-old single malt Scotch whiskey. I bought this by accident for somebody else and then did not give it to them and instead kept it. And this is the reason why I fell down the rabbit hole, is this particular bottle. This is not the same bottle I bought. I drank that whole one and bought a new one. But this is as good as a gateway drug in a Scotch as any. So if you want, this has got some sherry impact, but it's mostly bourbon.
Weird.
I don't even know what this is supposed to be.
There. Look at that.
I don't know. I'll sort it out in a bit. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know where they store those. So this is, it's got your nice fresh orchard fruit character. It's got some grain kind of malty character in it. Sweet honey, you get some floral notes. But also has a little bit of like that dried fruit thing on the back end. And there's just it's soft, it's easy to drink. And it's just very approachable, has all the typical Scotch flavors. It's like Glenfiddich, your everyday drinker. I don't really have an everyday drinker. Some people use the term daily drinker. And I don't really have a daily drinker. There's kind of a couple reasons for that, but mostly I only consume whiskey, usually on stream. Sometimes I consume it when we're watching a movie or something like that, but not very often. And part of that is just like, obviously if I'm here with you guys, I don't want to like, we'll say pound back Scotch all the time. You know, we're going to keep ourselves in the realm of moderation here for sure. So every day I do some whiskey related things on stream. And that's kind of the only time I consume whiskey. If I was to like get out a dram just to have something, and I'm just chilling, this would be a great option if that's kind of like what you're thinking. But I don't like have like something I regularly go to all the time because I'm spending my time exploring different spirits on stream with you guys. When the try spirits, I recommend to try a teaspoon into 5 teaspoons of plain alkaline water. Yeah, I mean you can. Water added with whiskey is definitely a preference. I don't personally do it. Not that I haven't experienced it in the past. My personal preference is that it doesn't. Well, say 9 times out of 10, it doesn't make things better for me. That's my opinion. My preference. I know about the idea where certain molecules are attached, and when you add water, it does detach them to reveal them to be experienced. But most of the time for me, it's not optimal to add water. Low grade spirits need much water for beginners to taste differences. Yeah, it depends what you mean by low grade. So that's one of the things. Like if you're going out to purchase a spirit, depending on like if you're not abreast with what the options are, I would try to at least get something in the 12-year-old single malt range. So in Canada, you expect to spend about 70 to 80 Canadian dollars for something like a Glenfiddich. I wouldn't go anything cheaper than that, anything like cheap non-age statement, this kind of realm, because the reality of the situation is there is a cap. Not a cap, there's a diminishing returns to how old and how expensive you can go with spirits. But if you get the like cheapest stuff, you're not going to have a great experience. It's going to be sharp and it's going to be not very flavorful, and you're going to be like, what the fuck's going on here? That being said, there is an acclimation process to neat alcohol. You do have to get used to the burn, all these kinds of ideas. But I wouldn't. I would still make sure that you're getting a spirit that is like high enough quality that there's something to be enjoyed there. You can go and get a Glenlivet 12-year-old. That is a perfectly respectable spirit. But I wouldn't go get random unnamed 3-year-old Scotch thing that is like $20 or whatever. You know what I mean? So I don't really. Like, for example, if you're going to go for Johnny Walker, I would not get a Johnny Walker Red. That's a little too low on the totem pole for me. Johnny Walker Black is kind of still low on the totem pole, but a completely reasonable option. But yeah, for me, like every day, we spend time talking about random spirits on stream. So, but for me to like go for something on a whim, we'll say something like Glenfiddich 12, or personally, I use the usually to casually sip something. This is one that I go to. I think this is almost empty now too. This is not like a bottom end Lafroig, but it's like it's one of the cheaper Lafroig offerings. I think this is a great value. This is a good value. Gets you all the smoke, all the Isla that you would want for reasonable. Yeah, we're gonna have to review this pretty soon, but I definitely sip this one. I definitely sip this one more than others, kind of ad hoc. First time you come to a Lafroig, you'll get into a new world. Yeah, Isla is a different world. You're gonna experience some challenging flavors with Isla. So definitely, if you go for a smoky Scotch, anything from Lafroig or Ardbeg or Lagavulin, anything from any of these kind of Isla distilleries, you're going to be in for a challenging experience. But it reveals a whole new world of flavor, literally a whole new world. All right, so let's see if we can kill this Maker's Mark real quick. The Frig is a whole different category. I don't know if I'd say it was a whole different category, but it is definitely my preferred Isla whiskey. It's my preferred Isla brand. But other people have different opinions. All right, so we talked about our experience with this. I think we already said a little bit that we like the palate. The nose is nice, but we kind of got like an unfortunate spicy kick. Which is not the greatest. McCarthy's 6-year-old? Yeah, so think about McCarthy's. Okay.
So, and well.
I don't even know what it is. What would have both of our names on it? Okay. Yeah. All right, so this is the McCarthy's Oregon single malt, first American single malt. So this is a single malt American single malt whiskey from Oregon. So what's the wild thing about this? So when you think about American whiskeys, you probably think they're probably going to be pretty bourbon-like. They did something pretty special with this, and they're starting to do this more and more. So in order for it to be American single malt whiskey, it just has to be distilled, aged, and bottled in the United States. It doesn't say that the barley needs to come from the United States. So what barley do you think they used for this? They used peated Scottish barley imported from Scotland. So this is a strong, smoky American single malt. It's just as smoky, just as loud, just as brash as anything from Isla. But there's another unique facet. Everything from McCarthy's is aged in an Oregon oak, a Gariana oak barrel. So this has a mix of new and reused Gariana oak barrels, which are slightly different than your typical oak barrels that you use. So it's got all of the like smoke, peaty notes, iodine, earthiness, but in the middle it's kind of like almost like a bourbon level sweetness in the mid palate, something a little different than you get out of the end of the Isla Scotches. It's a wild one for sure. It's just as offensive as an Isla Scotch. It's just the same. So the thing about this one is you got to be ready. You got to be ready to get your teeth kicked in by some peat, some smoke, some wood smoke, some iodine kind of flavors, right? And I love this stuff for that reason. It's kind of like an anomaly, if you will. It's different than any other bottle that I have. It's different, and it's very tasty. When you think of Lot 40, it's okay. I have the Lot 40 regular. I have the Lot 40 Dark Oak, which I hate that bottle. I'm going to be clear with that one. I don't like Lot 40 Dark Oak. I think it's terrible. At least the one that I have, the batch of Lot 40 Dark Oak that I have is terrible. It's not great. And I also have a limited release peated quarter cask one. So yeah, this is your standard Lot 40, 100% rye whiskey, 43% alcohol, aged in number 2, not number 4 to be clear, number 2 new charred oak barrels for about 7 years. It's fine. It's pretty good. Like, it's cheap. It's pretty good. It's not bad. It's not anything that's gonna blow you away, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good, pretty economical rye whiskey. And you got this one. So this is the dark oak. So this one is basically, so they have this one. They take this one, and then they put it in a number 4 charred barrel for another year. That's pretty much what this dark oak one is. And I've heard people say all kinds of great things about this bottle. My personal experience with this bottle is nose is pretty good. All kinds of weird root beer licorice stuff going on. And then the palate is like just all spice. Like really super spicy. Uncomfortably so. Like liquid cinnamon, kind of spicy. So it's not my favorite bottle. There's some good complexities to it. But if you are into that kind of thing, maybe it's for you. It wasn't for me, really. There's difference in coloration here, too. Obviously, this one's darker. This one also is a higher ABV, though. This one is 48% alcohol. And if you want a funky adventure, there's some of these limited edition Lot 40s. I only have this one. I would have rather had the other ones, too. I also don't have any Lot 40 cask strength, which also might be pretty good. But this is a cask strength Lot 40 that has been finished, does it say how long? 17 months in a first fill peated quarter cask. So my pretty clear assumption is this is basically Lot 40 that was finished in a Lafroig quarter cask. And it's a cask strength. It's kind of weird. It's a weird bottle. It's got some weird stuff going on with it. It's not very smoky. It's got like weird grassy notes in it, like weird vegetal grassy kind of character in it. Like it didn't really get smoke out of the peated quarter cask. It kind of just got like peaty notes, earthy, grassy, peaty notes. So it's kind of a different animal. It's a rye? Yeah, it's a rye, but I mean, like, it's got peat notes in it. Because it was finished in a peated quarter cask. So it, like, got extra peat notes. So it's a kind of a different thing. Imperial Talk Scotch, I mostly hear Jameson. So Jameson, if, not to be pedantic, but Jameson is an Irish whiskey. It's not a Scotch whiskey. That being said, the Jameson's that, so there's nothing wrong with Jameson, actually, to be perfectly honest. Jameson is pretty good for the price. Like, it's pretty reasonable. I also killed a bottle of Jameson Stout finish. And I actually gave the palate a pretty good, like the aroma and taste and finish on that thing is non-existent. But the palate's pretty good on the Jameson Stout. But there are other Jameson offerings you can get. And again, we're talking about Irish whiskey. We're talking about triple distilled in Ireland. There's definitely other options from Jameson Title that are so if we talk about the Black Barrel, for example, this one's a pretty economical bottle. I can't remember what's the deal with this one exactly. This one is pretty tasty though. Like if you're gonna go for Jameson and you want something that's like a little more in the like I'm gonna sip this neat in a Glencairn kind of realm, this is a good option. But it's still not gonna break the bank. It's still pretty cheap. So this is a blend of grain whiskeys matured 4 to 6 years in heavily recharred ex-bourbon barrels. And that's mixed with pot still whiskey aged 12 to 16 years in ex-sherry. So it's got some sherry notes going on with it. So it's a mix of grain and pot still. You get a little bit older juice than you would with your regular Jameson. This one's pretty tasty. It's also pretty economical. But again, we're talking about Irish whiskey here. Triple distilled, very smooth on the mouth. And if you go up a notch, you get this one. This is the single pot still. And this one is a mix of 5 different oak casks. This one used to be exclusive to Ireland. You used to only be able to get this in Ireland. But now it's available worldwide, as far as I know. It contains ex-bourbon, ex-sherry, virgin oak, and the virgin oak is of 3 different kinds. So there's virgin European oak, virgin American oak, and virgin Irish oak. I don't know how much of this is Irish oak realistically, but there's something to be said for putting some Irish oak in here. And again, this is more expensive, but we're talking about stuff that is very smooth, very great mouthfeel, triple distilled, easily sipped, we'll say, but doesn't have the same flavors as Scotch, but it is still like more suited to like tasting this in a Glen and getting some flavors out rather than shooting it, right? And out of the same distillery, so Jameson comes from the Middleton distillery, which produces a whole range of different whiskeys. But this is another popular option from Middleton. So this is your Redbreast, 12 years of age. And they have a 12, a 15, a 21, 27, some finished stuff, Tawny Port, Lestau, all kinds of stuff. And this comes from the same distillery as Jameson, but it's kind of like a little bit up in quality. This one's almost empty, but don't worry, we have a backup bottle. This uses, so there's 3 different distillates that come out of Middleton. There's a light crisp distillate, there's like a medium body distillate, and then there's like a heavy robust distillate. This is a mix of the single pot still distillates from Middleton that are the light and medium ones. And it's just smooth, nice, pleasant flavors. Nothing too challenging in here. Great mouthfeel. We're talking about single pot still Irish whiskey, which single pot still basically means it's a mix of malted and unmalted barley in the mix. It's not a single malt. There's some unmalted barley present there. This is also a great option. Seen Chivas Regal before? Yeah, so Chivas Regal is a blended scotch. And I'm definitely low on blended scotches. One of the difference between a single malt and a blended scotch is that I haven't opened this one, so I don't know the taste of this one exactly. This was just gifted to me by my brother for Christmas. But the difference between a blended scotch, typically, and a single malt scotch is a lot of the blended scotches allow for you to blend grain whiskey. So this is not 100% malted barley. It has grain whiskeys mixed in. To be Scotch, you don't actually have to be 100% malted barley. You can have single grain Scotch. It's perfectly allowed to use grain to make Scotch. It's just not preferred. Grain tends to not have the same depth of flavor that that malt does. So while blended scotches can be in blends of malt whiskeys, typically they also include some amount of grain whiskey. It's cheaper. So a lot of blended scotch, because they have some amount of grain whiskey in there, tends to lack the same sorts of unique flavors you get out of a single malt, out of a single distillery, where that uniqueness of that particular still can really shine and provide you an interesting experience. Whereas these blends kind of all blend together in a pleasant, smooth manner, but are not like challenging in any direction, and kind of meld together in that way. But yeah, most of Chivas Regal is Strathisla, but they also have other malts in there. And they also have some grains in there. What was my experience with this Maker's Mark anyway? Did we write that down yet? Not really. Out of 15, what would I call my experience with this? Now that we've rambled on about everything. which is fine for me. I don't mind. Get out of the way, Jameson. We gotta talk about Maker's Mark for a minute. So palate's nice. Nose is nice. Finish, back palate, not great. There's some good notes in the nose and palate that make me want to like this, but there's just a few things that make it a little lacking too. It's kind of a middle of the road experience. I'll give it a 6. 6 out of 15. Glue notes. I don't get a particular glue note out of this bottle, but I can understand if you feel like there's a adhesive character. 15 and 18 and 14. Taste is all subjective at the end of the day, right? So all taste is based off of your personal flavor recall. So the notes that I give today on any whiskey are not going to be the same notes you perceive personally, and that's okay. That's totally part of the experience. My flavor recall and life experience with taste is different than yours. What about Blanton's? Yeah, Blanton's is something. First, we're going to total this, though. 58. 58 out of 100. We'll call this Maker's Mark 58 out of 100. And this is what we call a good whiskey. It's good. You know, it's good. It's a good whiskey. It's not my favorite whiskey, but it's a good whiskey. Just to get that part out of the way. So this Blanton's appeared near me. I kind of got it. One of the few that was left. My province only has state-run liquor stores, so this was just sitting on the shelf. They actually got a shit ton of these things in at the Spirits Festival. I could have bought cases of this if I wanted to, but I already had one. I didn't feel like I needed more. They had the green label one too, but that one's worse. This particular barrel for me, so to remember, tasting with my Springbank 12 CS. I wish I had a Springbank 12 CS. Can you send me a bottle of Springbank 12 CS? That's hard to get. The thing about Blanton's is a single barrel product. So Phantom, I don't know if you know, but most of the whiskeys, almost all the whiskeys you see here, are blends of multiple barrels. They do a vatting. So if they make a Maker's Mark 101, they will vat several, if not hundreds of barrels together. And then that batch will get bottled. That's different than a single barrel product. A single barrel product means that all of the liquid in your bottle came out of one single barrel. How is that different? Well, basically, the taste of a whiskey inside a barrel is not very consistent. Sometimes a barrel is over oaky, sometimes it's sweeter, sometimes it's more vanilla. And the idea is some of these barrels are all inconsistent in flavor, and when they blend them together in a vat, it makes them more consistent and in the profile that they're trying to target with the particular whiskey that they're trying to make. But if you get a single barrel product like Blanton's, you're at the mercy of whatever the taste of that particular barrel was. So the Blanton's that I have personally, it's got a lot of the standard bourbon notes, but it has a very strong vanilla character. If you leave this in the glass for 15 minutes, all of a sudden all you smell out of this is vanilla. It's like a sweet vanilla frosting. That's all that comes out of the glass on this one. This particular barrel was very heavy on vanilla flavors. But if you get a different Blanton's from a different barrel, for example, this is particularly barrel 631 that was bottled on March 4th, 2024. If you have the same barrel as me, you might get a vanilla one, but probably you'll get a different barrel. And that one maybe is going to be spicier. Maybe it's going to be more brown sugar. Maybe it's going to be more cherry fruit. Maybe it's going to be more toffee and leather. You could get all kinds of different inconsistencies with a single barrel product. And that's what makes stuff like this kind of interesting, right? And why lots of distilleries eventually will start to offer single barrel or barrel picks, so that you can have a different experience with the same brand, roughly. 50 to 100. I paid 75 Canadian dollars for this. That's like $50. The government run liquor store only charges MSRP, so I didn't have to pay any kind of secondary for this. They flavor their barrels? No, they don't. This is just wood, man. This is the miracle of wood. So when you get this alcohol into the barrel, basically what happens is, with temperature, that barrel will expand and contract, depending on temperature fluctuations. This alcohol is going to get into the sides of the barrel. It's going to get into the wood. The wood is going to absorb the new make. And then when it contracts, it pushes the liquid out, right? And expands, the liquid comes back in. So there's an expansion and contraction of the barrel, just as normal temperature fluctuations happen. Some of the alcohol will evaporate in Scotland. Some of the water will evaporate in southern United States, depending on the climate. And all of the flavors you experience in whiskey are either from the congeners in the yeast or from the barrel. That's basically the two places you're going to get flavor from. New make is just like ugly. Yeah, new make is not the most flavorful, but that being said, there are spirits that are very... so you can make a spirit and put it in a heavily used barrel, and that barrel won't have a very much flavor impact, but it'll still age in the barrel somewhat, and get a spirit that is very new makey in character. It preserves a lot of the distillate's natural flavors. And those can be exciting too, because every distillate's a little different depending on the still and whether they use a worm tub or a shell and tube condenser, the shape of the still, how long they ferment it, what kind of yeast they use. These are all factors in the taste that you get out of the spirit versus the taste that you get out of the barrel. The barrel does kind of provide a lot of the flavor, but the spirit has something to say, especially in Scotch. Less so in bourbon because the barrel is so new and vibrant. Most distillers use wet casks now. It depends what you mean by wet casks. So this is a Japanese whiskey. This is a blended Japanese whiskey out of the Igashima distillery. This is just a small little thing. It was purchased for me. It is actually authentic Japanese whiskey. There's definitely some things about whether or not whiskeys from Japan are actually distilled in Japan. This one is in fact distilled in Japan. But it is just made at a little small Japanese distillery. And I think it's aged 5 years in ex-bourbon and then 2 years in some kind of soju cask or something, some kind of interesting thing like that. I haven't had too much of it, but it's kind of like pretty Scotch-like, and a lot of Japanese whiskeys are kind of Scotch-like. Remaining distillate wine sherry in them. Yeah, I don't know how many people, I don't know how many distilleries in Scotland actually do that. It's hard to say. Now, to be clear, when you have sherry in a barrel, now, we'll be clear, sherry barrels in Scotch are not the byproduct of the sherry industry. Sherry barrels in Scotch are made to order by a Scottish distillery. They make them for the purpose of making Scotch. There is sherry in the wood. Sherry is going to get into the wood and sit there, and then it's going to be extracted when you put scotch in it. I don't know how many really are putting them in there with wet sherry in them. They probably are not supposed to do that. That's probably not supposed to be done. So I don't know how much of that is true. I don't have any proof. I don't know if you have any proof other than you think that's the case. But as far as I know, that's not common. 2 to 5%. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if 2% of the sherry was in the walls of the barrel, to be clear. So, I mean, they have to ship them from Spain to the UK, right? Because the sherry has to go in there in Spain. So I assume that would probably dry in the shipment. And they also take them apart into staves. They don't send whole barrels, right? A lot of sherry casks are recoopered into hogsheads. They're not sherry butts, right? So I assume that would probably not still be liquid after they ship it. I don't know. It's hard to keep liquid on a barrel stave. Send the whole barrels if they got seasoned. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how true that is. It's very uneconomical to ship a whole barrel. So, I'm not sure about that. To be clear, almost all barrels in Scotch are seasoned barrels. Okay? They're almost all of them are. I'm well aware of that fact. I just don't think they ship them as whole barrels. I think they ship them as staves. Because that's just... You wouldn't ship a whole barrel. And if you take the barrel apart, it probably doesn't hold liquid. I don't know. All right. This is the Alberta Distillers, Alberta Premium Cask Strength Rye Whiskey. This is 100% rye. Made from Canadian Prairie Rye. Yeah, made from Canadian Prairie Rye. This is limited edition. They used to release one of these once a year. But they haven't released one this year, as far as I know. So I don't know if they're not releasing them every year, or if they just didn't release one this year, or what. It's from 2023, I think. So it's just straight Alberta Distillers, Alberta Premium Rye Whiskey. 5 years roughly in new charred oak, used Jim Beam barrels, and refilled Jim Beam barrels. I gotta put some of this shit away. Yeah, so this is this 12-year-old Jamaican rum, 12 years ex-bourbon. Yeah, 12 years in ex-bourbon. Who knows what ex-bourbon. Pretty much just tastes like straight molasses. It's still got some Jamaican funk in it. It is a little funky, but Jamaican rums tend to have like kind of an overripe fruit kind of. This one has like a rotting cabbage note. But it's like still mostly like straight up molasses and stuff like that. Not 12 anymore. This one is 12 years of age, so I'm not sure what you mean, but this particular bottle is 12 years of age. Sometimes rum can get iffy when it comes to age statements, but I think in Jamaica they've narrowed down some of the rules there. They have some particular rules in Jamaica. For example, they cannot put sugar in rum that comes from Jamaica, which is not true for other places. 12-year-old got discontinued. I can still buy the 12-year-old near me. It's still quite available. So I don't know. I haven't heard that it's discontinued, but I'm also not very much like paying attention to the rum world. So it's hard to say. But the 12-year-old is available on the shelf near me, quite plentiful. Buy them out. It's not that good, in my opinion, that I would need to buy the shelf. But there's also so many on the shelf. Switch to Smith & Cross. I cannot get Smith & Cross products near me, so it's unfortunately not something I can do. Smith & Cross is way more funky. My understanding is Smith & Cross is way more on the funky Jamaican notes. So depends on what you're trying to get. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, there's your Woodford double oaked. This is like your pretty standard Woodford 7-year roughly age statement. Not age statement, but it's age about 7 years. And pretty much the difference between this and like your regular Woodford is they finish it in a lightly toasted, lightly charred, heavily toasted barrel for an extra year. So it's kind of like got an extra oaking to it, if you will. That's the main difference between this and like your standard Woodford. Okay. Let's save this. Save that. Save this as Maker's Mark. $137, holy. In overtime. The older the bottle, the better. Well, that's the interesting thing is like about wine, for example, is my understanding of wine is not necessarily how old it is, but certain vintages of wine have like peaks, right? So I'm not a wine guy, to be clear. I'm not big on wine, but I know that certain bottles of wine, it's kind of like, hey, you really want to drink it in these kind of like years. Like it's like, hey, if this vintage is from 2008, it's really good if the bottle is like 10 or 12 years old. But maybe after that, it like gets worse. Like usually there's like a good like zone where certain vintages are like really tasty. That's my understanding roughly about wine. But yeah, age does have a thing to play with whiskey, but it depends on the climate it was aged in. So, for example, scotches they're going to be older than say things from the United States, and that's just a difference in the climate. Things age a lot slower in Scotland. That has pros and cons. But typically with Scotch, a lot of people say a good grace, like a good place for it is between like 15 to 18 up until like the 25-year range. So like if you got something between like say 15 and 20, 21, 25 years old, this is a good sweet spot for Scotch. Younger than that, you can give some improvement. Older than that, it starts to be a little over oaked. So that's kind of like the thing about age. Like especially if you get into some of these American whiskeys that are aged like 18 or 21 years, it's like if you put something in a barrel in a hot climate like down south for like 25 years, the liquid's going to end up tasting just like wood, like for the most part, right? So there's a cap on like how old you want to get. Yeah, that Craig Elke is So this is an independent bottle. So this is not from the Craig Elke distillery. This is from Hunter Lang and Company. So this is a 14-year-old Craig Elke distillate. So Hunter Lang will source the distillate from the Craig Elke distillery, put it in their own barrel. In this case, it's a sherry butt, aged at 14 years. And this is a single cask of that one particular sherry butt at 100 proof. So it is a single barrel. It is a sherry butt in particular, not from the original distillery. So this could be any kind of interesting. It says on the nose, flowers, chocolate, apples. Palate is herbal with caramel and red berries. It could be anything. Craig Elke has a very unique distillate. So I'll be interested to try that one when it comes up for sure. Okay. All right. What's my favorite from each list? Like I said, it's hard to pick favorites. I haven't officially reviewed all of them, but like I said, if you are interested in my personal ratings of stuff, again, they're all available in my Discord server. If you join my Discord server, there is a review section where all my reviews, numbers, and values are posted. And that'll give you some kind of idea of the ones I prefer. All right. We're going to grind some more. Do some more grind. For now. Do some more grind for now. Change this on YouTube as well. You've heard of Johnny Black? Yeah. Johnny Black is a blended scotch, right? So a lot of the blended scotches are ones that are more heard of, more out there. They're more commonly consumed. Single malt's coming up there, though. We've had a resurgence in single malt whiskeys. But Johnny Walker is the most popular brand of scotch in the world. They sell the most liquid. Johnny Walker Black is like the second tier offering. So you have like red, then you have black, then you have green, and then there's a gold, platinum, 18-year-old weird kind of realm there, and then there's the blue label. And there's other offerings from Johnny Walker too, but those are like kind of the standard things that you can get. But it's very smooth, very approachable. For me, it's kind of like, it does have a smoky component. To me, it's like a cigar smoke kind of component, a tobacco smoke component. But most of all, it's very approachable and easy to drink, which is true of a lot of blended scotch, right? That's kind of like the target of blended scotch. Nothing kind of crazy or wild things going on with the distillate. It's kind of just a bunch of different, there's over 40 different distilleries that have their distillates blended into Johnny Walker products. So it's a blend of a whole bunch of different distilleries. And it just comes out, as you might expect, pretty smooth, pretty easy to drink. Some nice flavors, if not too unique. A little engineered in character, but nothing that's going to challenge you. If you don't want to be challenged and just want to drink alcohol with some smoky component. Not nearly the smoky component you would get out of an Islay Scotch, though. What am I doing right now? Alright, I'm gonna mine some shit over here. I gotta drop this crap off, though. Alright, dump this shit in here. And then we'll go up to this one. At least with this ore, I won't have to go through these tentacles anymore. That's the most annoying part. Where you going, buddy? Turn around. Probably some more of these, either south or west. I'm assuming this glowing stalagmite is for the main story quest. And once we get to 10, we can start progressing again. Okay. I guess I could just like finish this off. Finish this load off and then we'll go back to progressing the storyline. I already get this one? Must have already got that one. Although I do kind of want to see how that minecart thing works. We'll go up here and dump our stuff. And I want to see how the minecart thing works. And then maybe we'll collect our amethyst. Oh, I'm not even moving it on my own. It's just going. Oh, that's weird. I think it's this way I gotta go. I think you guys can't see that, but it's like kind of an odd. I was wondering why, like, the guys driving these were like moving so wonky. What happened? What happened to my minecart? I thought I was supposed to press stop now that I was like there. Oh, he's like filling it. Now what? Do now? Do I take it to this guy? No. Do I take it back? Oh. What am I supposed to do from here? I filled the thing. Maybe the internet will help me. Oh, I gotta go to the entrance. Yeah. Or you just get money and XP. You don't actually get the ore that you're moving. I guess that makes sense. This quest I was doing. Trail of Corruption. Okay, I gotta return to that guy that we were talking to before. All the way up here. There we go. Can I go now? I can go. Alright, so did this, did that. We'll get to Upper Bridge. Try the door. Talk to Thaddeus Torelli. Hi, guy. He'll give me a key. Gave me a key. East to the damp tunnel. Oh, there it is. A Miner 14 and Mind Fighter between 15 and 20. Okay. Gotta work on my mind fighter. Oop. Line this out because it's going back up there anyway. Since these are like kind of annoying to get. Yikes. What are you talking about here? Is this guy getting advice about dating on this game? Oof. You must be hot in real life. I'm smooth AF. Oh man, these guys are a treat. Play to their fantasy. Man. What is it?
They felt need to send us a letter. The courier. What is it we need to be fixed up? Oh yeah. I had to drive out to the fucking middle of nowhere Hanwell to go get these. There was a whole thing where lady didn't quite know what I was saying. She knew she had packages, but English isn't her first language. So I was like, for my name, okay. I was like, so there's also one for my husband. Wait.
Okay. Can I hit that 6-hour stream? I guess. Why not?
Christmas concert.
Yeah, in case you guys didn't know, Canada Post decided that they weren't going to deliver anyone's Christmas shit. So now we're getting Christmas shit from Canada Post after Christmas because they were forced back to work.
Pick it up.
I get the union thing, but it's
Like this.
it's rough. It's rough when you won't deliver Christmas presents at Christmas. Hi, friend. I'm Brazilian, although I don't understand what you say. I'll keep watching you. Thank you. I appreciate the lurk, Patov. If maybe you don't know what I'm saying, but I appreciate you. Maybe if I go, thank you. Here you go. Maybe you understand that. A true gamer, Patov. I suppose I could like go and translate into Portuguese. That might make the most sense. Where am I going? I don't know if this is worth doing. Maybe I should just go mine instead. I need to get this flatium. At least I didn't even try to make it sound real. Flatium ore. Oh, that's flantium. I'm sorry. Goddamn. Flatium would have been funnier. Yeah, it seems like way more XP. It's just if I don't have to, thing is, if I want to keep the ore, it's like a pain in the ass to dump it. Because, like, either I gotta go up here to dump it, or I gotta go all the way the fuck through this shit. This seems better. It seems like it's quite engineered such that there's 6 nodes of each type. Of any given type of ore. Although waiting like this doesn't seem optimal. It's pretty efficient to mine these because they're all right beside each other. One more level. And then we have to level up our mine fighter. Which is going to be rough, because I don't have any gear. I have 0 gear for mine fighter. If I was smart, I would have kept some unattuned gear from the other zones. And then attuned it to this zone. But instead we're just going to punch things. And see how that works, you know. Well, I'll have you know, my 1 hour assessment of this whiskey is about the exact same as it was half an hour ago. In case you guys were wondering. Palate's a lot sweeter, but that's kind of what you expect, I think. It's way more on the sweetness now. Maybe if you want a sweeter bourbon, you gotta leave it out for an hour. Give it a good hour to sit out. You'll get a sweeter bourbon. Oh shit, there's more over here. Fuck. That explains a lot. Should be a storage portal up here. Maker's 101, yeah. Which I gave a solid, I think I gave it 58. 58 out of 100. Is that the same score I gave? I guess I gave a slightly better score than Elijah Craig small batch. I think I gave it 58. Is that what I gave it? Yeah, 58 out of 100. I gave Elijah Craig small batch, what, 51, I think? So, it's not a lot better than a bottle that's like half the price. I guess that makes sense. This Maker's 101 is kind of a weird drink too, though. Like it's like only slightly cheaper than the cask strength one. So it's kind of weird, a little weird like that. Some kind of like, I mean, some kind of like old leather couch note on it now. I guess that's a development. It's kind of got an old leather couch about it. Going for a little while, yeah. You gotta get on the grind. You gotta get on the RuneScape grind, Mentorius. I'm done grinding. What? You're not grinding on the old Rush Royale over there, or what? On the old Stream Raiders? I'm grinding life. Yeah, that's fair. Grinding life sucks, though. The grind's not fun. Best part about grinding fake life is you can quit at any time. You don't do it if you don't want to. Most Americans have Christmas Day, then the next day they just go back to work. Isn't that a little wild? Wild concept. I've seen some kind of like YouTube video, or maybe it was a short, about like EU work culture versus like American work culture, and like those guys in Europe have it so good, man. Oh shit. I feel like Americans are probably way more on it than us Canadians, but EU work culture is so comfortable. So comfortable. I'm good. I don't need to mine anymore. I gotta dump this somewhere. I gotta go back down this way anyway. Oh shit, I gotta go over here to this fucking crystal again. I need to level up my mine fighter. What level is this mob? All 15. Okay, so I need to level up mine fighter right now. Those tentacles are level 4. That's a little high level for me. I need something that's like a cool level 1. Haggard Mine Crawler, whoever those are. I need to fight those. All my shit in here. Let's see. Rat man, beast man, where are these things? These little shits. Right here? Ooh, right here. Attack! See if we can defeat a level 0 mob. Apparently they're immune to frost. Bad. That's not good. Ooh, I got some tongues. My mind fighter should be around level 20. Ugh. That's gonna take a minute. Need some gear too. This gear is not functional right now. I'm basically punching the guy. Drop some gears for me. Plate boots. I'm in. Level 2, we can try to find the goblins. Where are these goblins? Goblin sleeping area. Oh, it's way the fuck over there. Oh, I died. Fuck. Did I misclick or something? Unlucky. Ah, shit. I don't have a TP over there. Where's the TP? Where's the TP at? Enhance. Oh, it's the all down there. Fuck, I'm an idiot. Okay. I gotta get the TP before I do anything else. So down in this goblin area. Here, there's a TP like right here. These fucking tentacles again. These are level 4, so it won't be long before I have to beat these things up anyway. Gee. Old trunk. There we go. Oh, 85 copper. Nice. Is there more than one TP? It has an aim, almost like it's got more than one. Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, it seems like it's just one TP. Okay. So, there's some goblins in here that are like level 2. I should go back up to these idiots. I could have deposited my tongues. What are these for? 28% potent healing potion? I guess I could have used my healing pot earlier too. I just wasn't aware that I was going to die. I do have some healing pots. More tongues. More wow. Maybe we'll get to level 3 and then I'll move on to harder monsters. I don't know how the drops are in this game. It always seems like if you kill like humanoids, they're more likely to actually drop. Oh, am I gonna die? Shit. Fuck me. I need some gear. My man's naked. Level 2, great. Oh, don't do that. So I should have potted sooner. I don't know. Your guy has to sit there and drink the potion. It takes a minute. I just need some gear. I got no gears. Level 2 naked. I just got boots. That's all I got. I got some boots. This guy's level 2 too. He's punching him. Giving them the unarmed combat. I don't even know if that was worth it. God. Really? This is terrible. God damn it. Oh no. This is more representative of what I'm working with. I guess there's a world where I could grind guard and then pick up some gear and that's unattuned and then come over here, but it's probably still gonna be faster to just try to drop gear in here even though I'm naked. Make sure to deposit my tongues. Oh yeah. We got him. We're getting him. Oh yeah. Oh, a plate torso. I'm in. Somehow I'm getting murdered. Even though I equipped a chest piece. We're bringing it back. We're bringing it back. Fuck. God damn it. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Oh, God damn it. This part is so shit. Still something? Is it? I feel like he was doing nothing. How much impact does it have? When you look at the stats, it just has a dash. Like it doesn't do anything. The dash is a lie, is it? I had my gear on from before, and it was just as bad. That's why I took it off, because I was like, this is pointless. It was literally just as bad. Let's see if we can find some information on the wiki about it. Yeah, I don't know if I can trust those numbers. I want to, like, know for sure. You know what I mean? It's not really saying much. Nice! I can't use that. Like, I don't know if this will, like it might say something, but I don't know if it actually does anything. You know what I mean? A rarity bonus is still applied. It's like almost nothing. It's maybe better than being naked, but it's almost nothing. It makes almost no difference. And this one says it doesn't fucking do anything. Right? So I don't even know if this is better or worse. I don't want to use this rapier. I don't want to use this rapier because it's frost and these things are immune or whatever. Actually does something? It really doesn't feel like it does. If it does something, it's almost nothing. I wish something would just tell me how it works. Because I was doing this before, and it was pretty much just as bad. I've leveled up now, so it's not so bad, but it's pretty much just as bad. I wish something on the wiki would just tell me how it works. See, like I'm still dying even though I have this weapon on. Nobody knows if anything works yet? Well, that's not 100% true. There's a lot of information on the wiki. So I wouldn't be surprised if somebody has something figured out. The best thing to do would be to just tune gear, right? I just didn't think forward about that. Didn't really understand that. If I just saved some untuned gear, this can all be avoided, right? But we're getting somewhere. Like if it was a level 0 weapon with rarity applied, this is a level 0 weapon on shittiest rarity, and it seems significantly better, right? So I don't know how exactly it works. This needs tuned, but it doesn't work very well. Old gear doesn't work very well. Yeah, it doesn't say like... Nothing here says like exactly how it gets nerfed. Well, at first it seemed like it made almost no difference, and there was dashes in place, right? So it makes some amount of logic that it wouldn't make any difference. That's all. And it didn't seem to help or hurt when I took it off, to be honest. Either way, we got some levels now, so it'll start going. I mean, dialogues say it's weaker. Yeah, I didn't read any of those. I started and I was like, you know, this is not what I'm in this game for. So my bad. I didn't read the story dialogue. Level 6, wow. Where's the altar in here? They're removing separate combat levels? No, I didn't. I didn't hear anything about that, I guess. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird to have combat levels split. What are they gonna do? Just merge your experience values together? Kind of feels like kind of suck for people who grinded in multiple ones. You know what I mean? Oh, there is another portal stone over there. Oh, okay. Here's the obelisk. Oh, I see it. No idea. Probably not, though. Well, I would think if they're going to merge, if they're going to remove different combat levels, they would have to merge your XP values together. I don't see how else you could do that. You're being very disrespectful with people's time otherwise, right? Combat professional have a different purpose? Oh, maybe. Well, until they come out and say something like that, though, it's hard to prophesize that. It does feel bad the way it is right now, though. I will agree with that. Because I feel like I'm leveling my combat skill a third time right now. You like it? Yeah, I would like it if they were different in some kind of way, right? Like if there was any reason for them to actually be different, like the gameplay was different in any kind of way, or like the activity was different in some kind of way, I think that makes more sense. But having the exact same activity be required to be leveled multiple times is not the greatest. I think they need a different flavor, you know what I mean? That would be better if it had a different flavor in any kind of way. You can still use gear and stuff like that, like however you want to do that. But it feels like they need a different flavor. Because right now it's just the same. It's just the same thing. Players assume they need to level all professions. I mean, depend. I mean, it's hard to say you're not supposed to. You can't trade right now, right? So. In some ways, the professions are interdependent. So. Not put new relevant combat content behind a ton of combat grind. I'm not sure what you mean, I guess. I just assume it would be level gated just like everything else in this game seems to be, right? Everything seems to be roughly level gated. So I kind of just assumed that kind of like makes that idea kind of a non-factor, right? Well, there's not a good place to sell this shit, is there? Is it worth anything? I wish it would tell me if this was worth anything. I guess I could put it in the quartermaster blubble and then sell it later, but... No, it's not. No, it wouldn't be. Absolutely not. Yeah, we'll just see what they do, I guess. We'll see how they change it. I don't know where like the source for information about this game really is. Like I know there's community Discord servers, but there seems to be no central source for like development ideas. So maybe you know better than I do. Seems like if you go on the main webpage, they just list like these Discords and then Andrew's Twitter. It's like not even like anything. There's no news or anything. Yeah, Andrew's Twitter doesn't actually have anything on it, is the thing. It's just, yeah, I don't think he's even posted this month. You know what I mean? So it's like not much there. It's an AMA on Reddit. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't really peruse Reddit, to be honest. So I guess that's the problem. Probably go to a higher level mob now. I'm gonna see if there's a storage portal down there anywhere. It doesn't seem like it. Storage rift. General rework? That would make a lot of sense. I do think it's clunky right now. I'm not sure how much I like the, you choose an element kind of system either. Spin a little tentacles. See if we can master the tentacles. Spawn from the beginning, I see. Yeah, just whatever they do, so long as it's like respectful of the time that people have already spent, that's kind of what's important, right? Because otherwise they should come out and say like, hey, don't grind these. You know what I mean? What are these for? 9-minute potent fear potion. Huh. Without losing any progress? Yeah, I mean... That's the thing, though. It's like, it depends on how they change stuff, right? Someone's view of whether or not they've lost progress is going to depend on how they change stuff. That's why I kind of use the words respectful of the player's time, right? Because you can keep progress, but still be disrespectful of a player's time. Sure. Throwing knives. have a base level. Yeah, I guess that could make some sense. I still think they should make them like distinct. Like I think if you want to make guard like this kind of generic combat, and then just add some kind of extra fluff to the other ones, I think that would be good. How nice of these tentacles to not have a ranged attack. I just think it would be necessary. It doesn't have to be necessary, no. I just think it would be a better experience. That's all, right? Because why have separate things that are the same thing? You know what I mean? Like every other skill that I've done so far has felt very distinct, even though some of them are all like collect the thing or whatever, but they still feel pretty distinct. The combat skills don't feel distinct at all. They feel the same. That's all I'm saying. It wouldn't be necessary, no, but it's not necessarily about necessity. It's about fun. Having fun. Unique variety of things to do. You know? You can move on to something else here. Maybe want to ding. What weapon do I have right now? Ooh. Apparently I'm dead. I would fighting. I think you're just taking it from a different perspective as I'm trying to convey. Like, for example, maybe Mind Fighter is fighting on Minecart. Maybe you push the minecart around and fight monsters on the minecart. Right? Something like that. Doesn't have to be like drastically like, you know, any kind of thing. But just some flavor would be good. Get out of here. I need to hit you with range attacks. Yeah, but every game that you play, you have your same combat skill regardless of how many new monsters you start fighting, right? So that's kind of like part of the thing. To me, it's like this is a skill. It's a skill different than other skills, so the action you're performing should be different in some way, right? Not the environment you're performing it in. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion, man. Not if you're doing the same action, I guess. That's what I'm trying to get across. If all of these things are related to the action that you are doing, right? Fishing is going to be the same whether you're fishing any other zone. Now, if you have fish with a pole or fish with a net, you could call that different skills and it would feel different. Even though fishing with poles and nets are all the same skill, you could call those different skills. They feel more different because the action you're performing is more different, right? Whereas this feels like the same action, performed in a different place. But ultimately, this comes down to feel, right? This is a very subjective topic, so it's just how I feel about it, right? The way I feel is fighting two monsters that are different is the same action. That's all I'm saying. In my opinion, this is the same action. It's not really about realism, it's just about, realistically, the gameplay is the same. That's all. But that's just my opinion, man. Ultimately, everything you do in this game is clicking on objects, and your guy does a thing. So, you know, if we want to really distill the essence here, it doesn't matter what's on the screen, we just click on things. So it's all about feeling, how you feel about the actions on the screen. So I'm just saying I feel about it in this particular way. Because that's all you have. That's all you have in a game like this. You're just clicking on shit and number go up, man. Doesn't have to portray anything in realism. It's just how it feels. And it's going to feel different for you than it's going to feel for me. I just think these skills would be better if they felt different. They don't feel different right now. And I think that's probably what a lot of people resonate with when they say they feel like they're having to level the same skill over again because the skill is so similar, it feels the same. And I would agree with that. It's different than like, you know, you have you have multiple gathering skills, but no one complains about having to re-level gathering skill, one to chop tree and one to pick up shell, right? So those ones feel different enough that it's not a complaint. It's all about feel. Would you enjoy weapon-based professions? I mean, I'd be down if if these skills had their own gear sets like they do now, but they felt more than just click on monster auto attack. You know, maybe there was something more to it than that. Like they can do something with these buttons. They can do something with these buttons here that right now I have not encountered anything to do with these buttons. But you could even just make these buttons very flavorful, and that might help. You know what I mean? I got way too much of this goop. Get rid of this goop and go somewhere else. So what can I do? You can go up to skeleton miner. Where's the skeleton miners? Okay. Actually, is that? No, my glove's good. Okay. Suppose I could have blocked those on the way, but I kind of just want to go. I would just like to go. Go! In here, I got some toads. I also didn't hear anything. Quinto. Hi, Quinto. See how bad these guys are. Seem okay. Upgrade. Let's get into the room. Broadsword. Womp womp. %10 potion like is not even worth drinking. I feel like any fight where the mob does such a crappy amount of damage, that 10% potion is worth drinking. Probably shouldn't lose to it anyway. Bottom left corner? What's my guy doing? Why is he like this? What is this? Why am I crawling? Why? Why? I guess the engine auto crawls you in a short space or something like that. It's kind of weird. Broadsword. I wonder if it will automatically get up my broadsword now. It will. Look at that. Boom. These things don't have a junk drop. You could probably do a higher level mob. It's higher level. Metallith. All the way the fuck up there. I mean, sometimes these are a little close. We're gonna do. All right, I gotta clean up my cabinet. That's the order of business when I get off here. I gotta clean up my cabinet. And I gotta re-sort through all the whiskey. Dear God. Start wishing to one hand with shield? Yeah, you could try that, I guess. It should all be math, though, shouldn't it? I guess my shield is like legendary or whatever, epic. Whatever they call this. Orange.
Pour it into the glass. Swirl it around, as I said to you before. Throw it out.
That's the first time we got that sound blurb. Is a shield mechanic on top of the stats? I think you block or something too, don't you? Yeah, I think there is some kind of block mechanic. You're probably right. Well, Mr. Bee's Knees. Why, of course. Well, of course we'll do a little tasting. And we haven't had this thing before yet. This'll be new. This will be a brand new world. Some water too. Oh, I leveled up. I'll take a short sword. All right, so we'll take a break. I'll take a slight break from this to talk about our community infinity model. For those of you in the chat, this is this current iteration. If you want to view the document yourself. But we can also get the window out. Boom, there it is. So this is this Frankenstein monster of a concoction, exactly. This Frankenstein concoction right here is the whiskeys you see in front of you mixed inside of it. And if you subscribe to my channel, you too can have your mark on the Community Infinity bottle and select one of my whiskeys to enter this blended concoction. We have literally everything in here except for rum, I think. We got some Sherry Speyside, some Canadian Rye whiskey, some Islay Scotch, Blanton's, Bullet Bourbon. We got some blended Scotch. Got some Irish whiskey, blended Scotch, more Irish whiskey. Wild Turkey, Canadian single malt smoky whiskey. There's everything. There's everything in this bottle. And we've never actually tried it. So now we'll pour us a little wee dram of this monster drink. And see what we can see. I was going to moisten this cork, and then I realized this is one of those friggin' nasty corks to open. You think it'll come? Oh, it's coming. No good pop on this fucking synthetic piece of shit. It works really well, but I mean, pain in the ass to get through and satisfy. No blisters this time. Yeah, thank fuck. I had blisters on this hand for like a week after I tried to open it without a screwdriver. All right. I don't know. I've no clue what to expect of what this is going to taste like. We're not going to take too much of a pour because we want to preserve as much as everyone's contributions as possible. That being said, now I have to adjust the spreadsheet by 15 milliliters, and that's not going to be fun. Surely it tastes fine. I don't know, man. Xerox, have you had some experience with various offerings of scotch? There is some Isla scotch in this blend. Isla scotch roughly tastes like, say you sat down at a bonfire and you smelled a rotting mummy corpse and then gave it a kiss. Also, that mummy might have eaten fruit recently. That good? Oh, it's so good. I don't get anything out of that quite yet. It's weird, though. Crassus, you're here. Notes of mummy, yeah. Crassus, you're here for the infinity bottle tasting. This will be our first tasting of the community infinity bottle, which currently is like right there at 101 proof. Actually, it's almost there. Although to be honest, everyone who caught a gift sub from Bee's Knees probably should have a say in putting something in here. Yeah, do you want to put something in here?
I get to have this.
You do. I think I owe 6 people a community infinity bottle contribution.
6.
And I owe Bee's Knees something else. Something better. It's just anything. Yeah, anything. Man, it's something. Stream is the true gift. I sure hope so, or else I don't know what I'm doing. So there's a weird cacophony here. There is like a tobacco smoke character. There's some like orchard fruit, but there's also like a malt note. So I'm gonna go with like, there's like a peach apricot fruit, tobacco smoke, and some like malty grain kind of thing going on. I'm looking at this list of whiskeys, and I'm trying to be like, you know, you think I can find the sherry from the Aberlour Abernah in here? There's too much stuff in there, man. It's just, we have no choice but to go in with what our senses tell us. There's some vanilla. I was surprised you pick up anything. Yeah, to a certain extent, a lot of whiskey has certain vectors that go in the same direction. So I think it's like one of those things where, say you have 10 whiskeys in there that have an orchard fruit note, you might be able to get that orchard fruit note because it's like all those different orchard fruit notes are channeling in the same direction. You know what I mean? But it's definitely like peach apricot as a fruit note. It has like that tobacco smoke note, very similar to like Johnny Walker Black has. There is 50 milliliters of Johnny Walker Black in here, but like for example, that smoky note could be accented with the Ardbeg, could be accented with the Shelter Point. That's probably the best I got for you right now. There's a malty grain kind of character, peach apricot, and like a tobacco smoke. It's not terribly complex. Those are the three things I'm getting. I need to name this monstrosity. Oh, also to be clear, this particular version of the bottle. Wait, no, this is no. Never mind. Never mind. This is the bourbon bottle. I was about to say. I think we have some of this particular bottle in here, but no, this is the bourbon. This is the bourbon, isn't it? Well, this is the bourbon infinity bottle. I spilled it. Fuck. It's half of it's on the ground. Just a second. God damn it. That's one of the two sips right there. That's one of the two sips. We'll have to be gingerly. God damn it. It smells roughly like the whiskey, though. Like, as it should, I suppose. God damn it. I got too excited because I thought that I had some of this particular version of the bottle in these samples, but this sample is from the Bourbon Infinity bottle. So we aerated some of it. Extra aeration. I mean, it's way more tobacco-y now. I'm going to be honest. What's left in here? It's way more tobacco-y. All right. Let's give at least this much on the palate. Cheers. That's a wild ride. Initially on the attack, on the arrival, you get some of that grain, some of that little bit of that apricot, and then there's a weird transition. It's not super duper smoky, but there's like a tobacco flavor, and then you get into like almost like it's teasing you with like an island note. It's like teasing you with this like herbal, grassy, muddy note. And then it goes through with like a baking spice kind of character, light chocolate character, into more like tobacco note. It's really on the tobacco right now. There's some honey showing up on the nose. It's really similar though. Kind of that like Again, peaches and apricot, tobacco, honey. To me, create something decent. It's something. So far, the mid palate is a weird. It's like a weird realm. It's a weird, smoky, earthy, peaty realm. Not smoky. That's wrong. That's the wrong word. It's like, it's a weird tobacco. It's not tobacco smoke. I know that doesn't make any sense, but it's like a tobacco flavor. It's like tobacco, vegetal, earthy, sludgy realm. And then you get some of that like bourbony kind of spice notes on the finish with some more of that tobacco-y kind of note. It's not bad. It's a unique beast for sure. It's very unique. I have never tasted anything like it. Do you like it? I do like it. But the thing is this is a community infinity bottle. So that means that we may never taste this version of it ever again. But we'll never know what it's going to taste like. And that's part of the fun. Save some? No, no, no. No, no, no. We can't save some from every iteration. We wouldn't have enough left. Yeah, honey, grain, a little bit of fruit. Then that tobacco vegetal character, muddy character creeps in. Into the finish, some spiciness, some earthy character, some dark chocolate, tobacco. Finish is not very good though. Like, that's the wrong way to put it. The finish is not very long. It's like medium minus in finish. Maybe short plus. It kind of hits you with this cacophony of like sludge, spice, tobacco, chocolate, but then it's gone. It's just like there's a maybe lingering vegetal character. I think all in all, despite there being Scotch, rye, bourbon, and Canadian single malt in this, and Irish whiskey, this feels like a Scotch. It drinks like a Scotch. It drinks like a very strange blended Scotch. At least right now. So that is our current iteration of our Community Infinity bottle. I'll have to adjust the numbers. Thank you for your redemption, Mr. Bee's Knees. And again, thanks again for all of your support over the, let us check. Man, 7 or 8 months you've been here? Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Look. I'll give you an oh hell yes. Just for me.
Oh, hell yes.
All right, we'll have to adjust that spreadsheet. But yes, anyone who makes a contribution to my subscription numbers, you too can have an addition into the Community Infinity bottle from any of the whiskeys and or rums and or, well, just don't put the gin in there, okay? Cognac maybe, but we're going to leave the gin out of it. I think that's a fair request. We're just not going to put gin in it. That might be bad. Leave gin out of there. Look, I'm with you. Captain Rumsalot. How's it going? I don't know if you're a rum enjoyer, Captain Rumsalot, but you seem like a rum enjoyer. We do spirits every day on this channel. We're definitely a spirits related channel. Usually only drink rum. Oh, okay. I have some rums, but it sounds like you have better rums. I only have certain rums. I would like to have more rums, but the only rums I tend to get where I'm at are fairly big brands, so I get like stuff from El Dorado, Appleton Estate, Plantaray, or Plantation, whichever one you want to talk about. There's some stuff from Mount Gay around. We're pretending that spiced, that's not real rum. That's spiced stuff. That's not real rum. You and I both know that's not real rum. You have left click actions enabled? No, what's that? Is that a thing I should be doing? I don't see where that is. In here? Do you mean like this? All right, Mr. Bee's Knees. You have a good day, sir. I'll be around tomorrow. And of course, tomorrow we'll be doing a blind sample. We'll be doing a blind sample of my collection. And I have completely updated my blind sample library. So there are 76 blind samples. I'm going to die. Womp womp. So there's 76 blind samples now, so there should be more variety than ever in that set of boxes. Okay, let me just sell this shit while I'm here. Shit. I don't particularly know if this is worth doing, but we're doing it anyway. $11 silver? That's probably not even worth doing. I don't really know what the change exactly is that we're talking about here. So it's, instead of left click open action menu, it's left click do first action. So instead of opening the menu to attack, it just automatically attacks them, I guess. I see. So it's like slightly more efficient in that manner. Have you played RuneScape? I have, yeah. I haven't played a super huge amount, though. I'm not like a RuneScape expert, you know. Like, I don't have any level 100 RuneScape skills, if that makes any sense to you. Like, I kind of have, like, some stuff in the 70s or something. What's happening? Oh, I guess I got aggroed by this mob. They released that as an update? Oh, was I doing that anyway, though? I can't remember what... Hold on. Clearly, you guys tuned in that I was doing something in a particular way, so... I'm trying to understand what this was doing. Oh, so instead of bringing up instead of bringing up this menu, it just hits them. I mean, yeah, I think that makes sense to do. You're probably right. Because if I wanted to see the information on the mob, I would naturally want to right-click it anyways. So I think appreciate that suggestion. Combat still requires additional click. Yeah, you have to like select the weapon. It would be nice if it kind of like knew to have to use the ranged weapon or something like that. It's like the one with number keys. Yeah, I did notice that, but for the most part, it seems to like be doing a pretty good job without me having to click too much. Oh, you're saying I could left click and then press 3 rather than left click and left click? Okay. Yeah, like I keep my hands on the keyboard like this, but honestly, this hand doesn't do anything. I mean, we can use it to like rotate the camera. This is a useful function, isn't it? Sometimes I use this. So what are you guys saying? You think this game's gonna go to the moon? You think it has? Do you think it has a horse in the race? Knowing that old school RuneScape exists. I like this game better than RuneScape. I'm gonna be honest. RuneScape for some reason it always like lost my attention somewhere. Way better engine, they'll eventually catch up in content. Yeah, that's the real ticket, eh? That's the struggle in this in a genre like this, right? Is the game that's older just has so much more to do usually. The tick system, is that where like, okay, so here maybe you can explain it to me in better words than I'll know to use with this example. I hate the shit where you have to like toggle like prayers on all the time. You know what I mean? That weird Twitch shit. You know what I mean? Seems the physical's worse. I can't tell this is better. You don't have to do that? Yeah, but I watch the professional players and they're like going blip, 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 and toggling these prayers off and on. Like they toggle their defense on before they get hit and then turn it off. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm a noob. I feel like I'm a noob if I'm not doing that. All the God mode players are doing that. Surely I'm bad if I don't do that. I think it's balanced around it. Yeah, it still gives you an advantage. But is that what you mean by like tick system where like there's a tick, like a server tick, and you have to like do certain things within the server tick? Tick manipulation, exactly. Yeah. So that's what I mean. Is like that's the part I don't like about. Well, it's not the only thing I don't like about RuneScape, but it's one of the things that I always like. Every time I watch people play that game, who are like really sweaty about it, I'm like, I don't want to do that. That doesn't look fun. That shit doesn't look fun. It looks like work. $600 MS. Yeah. I don't know. I like RuneScape a lot. Yeah, there's some things I don't like about it. I always end up quitting eventually. Like I've probably had like 3 or 4 RuneScape characters where I was like, I'm just gonna start brand new, and I end up like quitting eventually. I don't get hooked in. I don't know. Something wrong there with my psyche at minimum. I can probably fight harder monsters now. These are too shit. We're gonna go. Stinking cockroach. Where are those? All the way the fuck over there. That's just so far away, man. Where's the old cobble stoneworm? Where's that? Rumbling passage. That's all the way over there. Quit a bit ago. They've done a good job with OSRS, but that Chinese company killed RuneScape 3. Yeah, maybe it's just me, but that's part of the thing with Jagex too, right? Is like it feels like on any given year it's owned by some other entity. It's getting prepped for sale again, like, and that kind of is disconcerting a little bit. But one of the things that always occurs to me when I look at RuneScape 3, like, and I don't know if you guys played any amount of World of Warcraft, but I can't stand retail World of Warcraft. Like, I can play classic World of Warcraft. When I look at RuneScape 3, I just see retail World of Warcraft. Like, it feels like it's over bloated and way too many things going on and way too technical, and it's stripped a lot of the essence out of it. And when I look at OSRS, I just see classic WoW. But at least with OSRS, they're like making content for it, unlike classic WoW. RuneScape 3 is trying to be WoW. Yeah, that's like the feel that I get out of it too. Yeah. The mistake of this game is only in the movement. I honestly feel like the movement here is better than in RuneScape, but let's be frank, the movement in neither of these games, the movement is very good. Older and WoW should be itself. Yeah, I would agree. I think there's something to be said for like bloat, right? I think that's just some amount of it is just the concept of bloat, right? Bloated MMO where they try to wring the money out of it, right? Is this guy gonna beat my ass? Seems like he's gonna beat my ass. Why does it hurt so much? Fuck. I mean, we're getting there. Is this an upgrade? No. This thing only has a melee attack, so if we get some range attacks in, we'll have a good advantage. Crumbly rock scale. What's this for? 5% mine XP potion. Okay. Maybe this is a good thing to kill. I don't know. I really should get my alchemy up to 20 so I can, like, pump knowledge into it, like you guys are saying. That makes a lot of sense. Because that thing seems like shit to level. Ow, what the fuck? These worms sometimes just slap, man. They just give me, like, 32 damage? Like, excuse me? That's illegal. I'm gonna die. Okay, so maybe those are a little nasty. I guess I could do these things instead. Alchemy is rough, yeah. It does seem rough. I would agree. I should probably get the TP, the other TP on the other side of this zone, yeah. I should have dumped these things too, but oh well. Really, I only need this to like high enough level to kill those guys if I'm gonna start on this quest stuff, but I'll just get it to 20 and then see how it goes. Very long cat. Long cat. You mean like if I'm trying to run by something, I should just press the button so that my guy just moves faster? Yeah, that probably makes sense. I was just being lazy about it. If anything should be hotkeyed, that red button should be hotkeyed. Is there a hotkey for that red button? Escape? Oh, there is. Look at that. Wow. Dalton X, you know exactly the sauce. Okay. But if I go down here, there should be like there's another portal and shit down here, right? A new TP somewhere. Down here somewhere. Oh, can I not get through? Okay, I can't get through. Can't go this way. Yeah, okay, so I can't get through here yet. Unlucky. Unless there's a way around. There's no way. No, this goes to a dead end. Okay, yeah, these guys just beat my ass, so we're just not gonna do those yet. Clearly my, we'll say lightning resist is too shit, even though I know it's not lightning resist, it's something else. What do they call this? It'll tell me. It's like temp stay or something like that. It's a strange word. Ugh. These things are immune to frost or whatever. Cryo something. Temp stay. Yeah, it's lightning resist. Come on, man. I'm a simple man. Just call it lightning resist. I don't know what you're talking about. Lighting and stone. Yeah. The feel I get from it is like it's the force of like kinetic energy. You know what I mean? It's like robust kinetic energy. So moving large object or, you know, lightning or whatever. Kinetic energy. Thor inspired? Yeah, kind of. I'm surprised they didn't have a faction that was like fire. You know what I mean? There's like frost, nature, and lightning, but there's no like fire faction. Am I getting murdered? Not quite. We're okay. Ding dong. Okay. The only annoying part about this mob is I have to press 1 to tell it to not use my frost weapon. They can have more factions, I guess. They could, yeah. If you want to talk about systems that I think are not necessary, I think the faction system is not necessary. I haven't seen the need for it yet. I get like you can pick like your gear color and stuff like that, but I'm not sure why it's needed. You could just equip any gear. I don't know. I feel like more needs to be fleshed out with these factions, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I know they do something. I don't know. Just feels like they're not fleshed out enough, you know? I guess. Rare rapier. Oh boy. Oh shit, I can't use that. Oh, actually, this is kind of awkward. Damn it. We've encountered an issue. Meant for PvP. Yeah, I don't know. It kind of feels sort of binary when certain factions are like advantaged against other factions. I don't know. Feels kind of weird. Feels like you win or lose maybe based on the fact that you're the weak faction to the other person. So that's kind of why it feels weird. We'll see what comes of it, I guess. That's kind of what you have to say with this game, right? See what comes of it. These teeth 4 anyway. I'll write this again. I mean, a lot of things could like if they revamp combat, like you're saying, they could change how these factions work too, right? So, it all comes down to how whatever they decide to do with it. Right now, it doesn't make a big difference, other than your gear appearance and roughly which monsters you're advantaged against, I guess. But Yes, I guess I'm pretty close to a storage rift to like shit these teeth out at. It's not too bad. Let you fight more actively if you want. Yeah. So long as it's not the kind of thing where like if you don't like do some kind of like weird active combat thing, you're like at a clear disadvantage or something like that. That would be my worry, you know. I do feel like these buttons, like I kind of already said, like these buttons, like these special attack buttons, you could put some stuff in there and make it more interesting. I'm kind of down with the idea that, like, if you're paying a lot of attention, maybe you can eke out more XP, but I don't know about, like, making it, like, clearly better or whatever. I don't know. That stands right now, this is, like, has to be clearly better. Yeah, no, but I mean, like, we're talking about, like, how much percent better, I guess is when I say clearly better, is, like, twice as good? You know what I mean? That doesn't feel very good. Because then you might as well not, you know, play the other way. So it depends on, kind of depends on how it's implemented, I guess. As it is right now, like, this is, like, first time I've streamed this game in a while, and I've only done a couple streams on this game. And most of the time I play this game off stream, it's like, I'm not really paying attention to what the game's doing. I'm kind of just doing something else, and then I click on this game for a little while, and then click off of it, and then go to, like, whatever I was actually doing, paying attention to. So if you lose a lot of that, then kind of like, I don't know. It's not great for the style of game, I think. You gotta be careful that you're not turning into some action game, because the engine's not built for that. If you gotta put a lot of work in, then, and you get a reasonable benefit, yeah, I don't know. Depends on how much better. That's what it comes down to. It depends on how much better we're talking. For how much effort. It's a wait and see. This is actually a better sword, but I can't use it against the monsters that I'm fighting right now. I guess there's something to be said for, like, holding on to weapons of different damage types for this purpose, but I guess I could just fight a different kind of monster instead. Because I think it's the kind of thing where you just, if you're playing this game to a certain extent, you don't necessarily want the game to be super duper active, or else you might play a different game that was super duper active. Not really limited in what they can do. I guess not, but I mean, like, for example, the way the game is designed right now, the movement is a little clunky, the combat's a little clunky. Making it trying to, like, make this a fluid experience from where it is now is like a different character than the game currently portrays. You know what I mean? It might not be what people who are trying to play a different sort of RuneScape necessarily want out of the experience. That being said, like, I do think you need, you know, put some special attacks in here. I think one of the big differences is, like, you don't have, like, eating food in combat. Like, you don't have that kind of thing going on in here, right? So, like, I know you have potions, but you also have potions in RuneScape. Yeah, Chef is basically useless. Yeah, I'm wondering, like, what they're going to do with that. I just feel like there's no way they can leave that... They can leave that profession the way it is. I mean... I shouldn't say there's no way. They could definitely leave it the way it is, but I feel like it's a wrong choice to leave it the way it is, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I feel like they need to do something to that. Maybe using dungeons or something? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like something has to be done to it. Right now, it feels like it's a bad moneymaker. Like, it does nothing, and it's a bad moneymaker. So, I don't know. The hope is it gets better, I think. As the free-to-play moneymaker? I think if that's true, they have to, like, look at some of the recipes that are net negative money if you don't complete a bounty for them. Because there's some recipes in there that are, like, entirely vendor-bought materials and are negative money. And I know that may be something to do with the experience per hour, but it doesn't feel like a moneymaker if it's negative money. And I don't know, maybe if you're higher level, the bounties are better money. I don't know. The bounties at my shit level, whatever it is, 25 or whatever, are not good. Fish plus chef is the free-to-play equivalent. Yeah, I can see that. But it just seems like it's... I've not got to to experience the merchant thing yet, so I don't know, but it does seem like it's not that good. But I guess I can form an opinion when I'm more informed. I will defer to people who know better otherwise, like this guy. 2543, I'm sure he knows better than me. I just hoard stuff. Just wanted to move this in my backpack. Is it allowed? Well, they can be used in armor in episode 5. Have they, like, talked about what's supposed to be in that episode? I mean, I still have lots of new stuff I haven't done yet, but I'm just curious. Is 5 episodes all that's planned? I think in the release, those things that they wanted for release, it was episode 5. It was just all that they had, but... Focusing a single profession to a higher level? Yeah, maybe. I'm kind of like not worried about like making a bunch of money right away, but I think someone who was in here earlier said I should go do merchanting or whatever, and then I would have all kinds of money to like do other stuff with. But I'm not like necessarily in a rush. Everything's kind of proportional in some way. It's the most active grind. I mean, that might not be bad. How active is that investigation one? Kind of seemed like that one might be the most brains. Because this, let's be honest, what I'm doing right now is minimum brains. It's slightly more brains than picking seashells by the seashore, but it's still minimum brains. Both active and least active. Okay. Investigation tells you where to go. Oh, I see. Yeah, the guy I was watching earlier, I don't know who it was, some guy, he was doing both at the same time. He like had an investigation and then like he like tried to change that into his like merchant routes or something. So like he could just do both. Also, there's different things. I just seen him do one where like he had to like gather clues and then like go to a place and like determine who the like criminal was or something. And first I just need to get like this other shit unlocked. Like I've just never done any of these other things. Which I think these three crafting professions are like for each of the 3 different armor types, is what I was told. But I don't even have anything here, right? So just a matter of getting there. For the weapon types? Oh, it doesn't work for armor? It's only for weapons? Oh, okay. Huh. This, it's still frost. Armor is episode 5. Oh, okay, that wasn't clear, I guess. You just see blacksmith and you assume it does both things. We do be killing mobs, I guess. Surely I can do that random crystal shit here in a minute. Untuned. Ingots from blacksmith and armor. Yeah, maybe. I have all kinds of like random crap in random banks that like I read it and it says, "Oh, this is used in some other profession," and I'm like, "Okay," and I just shove it in my bank. I kind of don't hate that about it though. You know, there's a line. There's a craft line, a line of progression like that. Need to chop a tree to make a stick to cut the stick to use the stick to make a weapon. Ooh. Okay, you think I can kill these shitty worms up here now? I think that'll be allowed. It would kind of be weird if each weapon type had its own profession, but all armor was one profession. Isn't armor like more complicated than weapons? I don't know. These guys got this shit on lockdown. Connected to the three profession. I guess, yeah, I guess like you need the three underlying professions and then you just put it together. I guess that makes some amount of sense. I did seem to think I seen something about like some activities requiring more than one profession. I think that's a good thing to put in. Dump the shit in here. Wait, is this that upgrade sword that I didn't? Yeah. I get the feeling this is like not really worth vendoring, but I don't have any space left. LOL. Yeah, exactly. I want to just drop these on the ground then. Get murdered. This looks bad. I got surprised. I was using my rift. So maybe a drop green ones. No, I don't want to deposit. I want to drop. Only bother selling the stuff that's blue. Maybe. God, those things slap, dude. Just drop all this shit. Worm slap, man. That's such a huge amount of damage. What the hell? Street hags? Do you mean those little old ladies? Those little old ladies gotta be nice. Dang it. They stole my worm. We'll ding 20 and then we'll progress this quest and then after that, I don't know. Wonder if there's something that's higher level than this that would be easier to fight because these things just slap so hard. Stinking cockroach. Friends. You can be my friend. We can be friends. I'm gonna go see if the cockroaches are better or worse than this. Yeah, cockroach. Wait, can I fight this from the other side? Is he gonna come over at me? Or is it just like a meme? It's kind of a meme, is it? Okay. Need to fight the other cockroach. You a cockroach. Ow. I mean, the cockroach seems like less rippy, honestly. But these guys got him on lockdown. It's kind of awkward the way the zone's divided, I guess. I guess I'm supposed to go over here. I can probably just kill these now, frankly. Seems okay. level am I? Am I moving up in the world? Wow. 17k. We're moving up in the world. Look at that. Let's select that. Why not? Kind of hoping these things don't trigger the fire proc. Unlucky. You have killed all the guards. Okay. Time to continue our investigation. Investigated. You've been investigated, Crystal. I will invoke my celery. No, that's not celery. That's spinach. Yeah, invoke my spinach. I haven't really spinach. I don't know what that is, but it's spinach now. Right, we invoked our spinach. Try to open this door. Okay. I am a valiant hero. Talk to this gnome. Hello, gnome. Cutscene in progress. Oh my god. It's an evil demon man. He's making crystals. Okay. I have to go kill a glowing cockroach. I had to deposit all my shit too. We'll go over here first. That was the wrong cockroach. He was sitting on top of the other cockroach. Cockroach mandibles. Tasty. Level 17 cockroach. Can we kill it? Oh, they're trying to pot. Feels like it's less than one hit worth of healing. It's really not worth it. We did it. Got the golden, glowing cockroach leg. Okay, I got the glowing cockroach leg. Gotta enter this cave. Where is this cave? Down there. It's a ways. That's a ways away. So she could dump her shit, maybe. Hey, you. Get in. Gotta go this way. You like go in this direction. Well, bub.
I'm just wondering if you're interested. I typically go to the cat.
Oh yeah.
You might be able to use.
Yeah, that Mosey one's good. Collect cave moss. Crunch. Uh-oh. What did I do? Oopsie. What am I supposed to do? What's the deal here? Step on the correct tiles. Oh. Oh, does this person know? I think this person knows. This person only knew some of it. Don't worry, we have the hacks. I think. Got some big cheats, dude. The big cheats. Get me out of here. Yeah, we got two little rascals around. Adria is usually the one you see though. She's up here more often than he is. It used to be Mosley was always up here. Now it's always Adria. Mosley's got like some kind of weird anxiety issues to do with the computer monitors. Like, he's a TV watching cat. And sometimes the stuff going on the monitors like gets him like all anxious or something. Whereas Adria just pretends these monitors don't even exist. So recently it's been harder to get him up here because he like sees something happen on the monitor and he wants to fucking bolt. But he used to be up here all the time. Where am I supposed to go? I seen this thing already. I can't remember where it was though. Down here. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I think we got all the things. Now we just have to go back to the crystal. Really, I dropped 49 frames. When did that happen? That's like not even 1 second, but... All right. Use our items. Great. We did it. Take cabbage. Wait, what? Talk to Lord Branberry. Where's that guy? Oh, in there. Something, something, something. It's saying things. Horn of Hopeport. Oh, that's in the mines in there. Okay. It's up in here somewhere. Leave me be, gooey floor tentacle. Escape button, escape button. What level are these now? 29? Okay, fuck off. Oh shit, I gotta go from the other direction, don't I? Shit. Gotta go from the top. All right, baby. You're back again. Didn't stay very long last time. You want to drink my water, do you? This Mosley being a butt to you? He would never. He would never do such a thing. These Gerbilins are level 24. That's sizable. It's a sizable level. Am I supposed to talk to this guy? No Goblin Miners until I obtain loot stash key. I guess that's like kind of above my level now, unless I like downsize these goblins. I can downsize them, right? These guys slap. But I can like right click past action, kill a shitty one, right? Oh, I gotta talk to the guy at the door first. I think this one didn't get downsized. I don't know if that made sense to do or not. Kind of felt like it might. Oh, got there anyway. No key on this goblin. What is this stuff for? Potion. I gotta right click past action. No key on this goblin. Bottles that way. Key on this goblin. this goblin. Oh my god. There's never a key. Ugh. I thought this was going to be a quick and easy one. But turns out these suckers want to drop my key. Purple throwing hammers, eh? It's kind of shit XP too is a thing, so it's like lose-lose. There we go. And I just gotta speak to blah blah blah. And then speak to blah blah blah. Let's talk about the main story. Blah, 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 blah. Here's your horn. Blah, 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 blah. Oops. Oops. I guess there's like these other quests I could like do. The thing I could do. Hello. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Negotiate with a Cyclops. Okay. And this requires 252 total level, which I do have. But I need 65 levels in Mind of Mantuban, which I do not have. I need at least level 20 Miner, which I do not have. Okay. So that is, I think, going to be it for me for today. So thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for being here. I'm here every day in the morning time. I stream starting at 8 a.m. Eastern time. I do 3 hours of games and then 1 hour of spirits related content, whiskey, rum reviews, that kind of thing. We're doing a blind sample tasting tomorrow, so around 11 Eastern, we'll do a blind sample tasting. And then if I'm feeling it, we'll do some more after that. But my normal schedule is 4 hours in the morning. So hope to see you guys there. Anyone who's new hanging out, you can always just join my Discord server. There's stuff about whiskey, and I hang out in there, and some other guys hang out in there, talk some games and stuff like that. Appreciate you guys being here, and we'll see you guys next time. You guys have a great day.